Alright. Hello, one and all, and welcome back to more Sunless Skies. When last we left off, it'd been a bit. But we were completing stories. On level 20 a bit ago. We're completing stories, and that intends to be the continued plan of matters. Continuing to progress our stories. 70. That's 43. 65, 75. 72. Alright, that's how our stats stand. Getting myself reorientated in matters, but hello, I hope all have been having a wunderbar evening. Because I've been having a pretty decent one. And I've just been chilling. As is the usual case. I hope we all have been having a chilled time as well. To opportunities. We need to go back to New Winchester at some point. And drop off the citizen there, because we did do some of that. That's just everywhere. So yeah, we need to go to New Winchester at some point. Which would really just be going back through the relay, and we know how to do that. But we do want to finish up what we can here before we leave the 30 again. We want to be certain that we have done what we can and need. That's the door. That's in the reach. Ah! Piranha is here, so the incognito princess. We unfortunately have to continue doing New Winchester, the other place we haven't been to. That I don't know where anything else is. Still shocked that we're not about to do that anytime soon. Technically that. Well, that seems a bit of a long-termish sort of deal. The embassies want information on Atlas. Vagabond is... We're in Steenrot Nature Reserve. Ah, it's the Nature Reserve. Okay. Okay, so another thing that's back to there. Ah, I see. You are supposed to be in streamer mode to Discord. Let's fix that now. There we go. My bot's beeping to say, hey, look, you're live. It's like, wait a second. Should be on streamer mode because OBS is up. I've corrected that issue. Other projects that we do need to do are a couple of Albion ones. We have some Well of the Wolves. We have a transit relay that we might want to do. And that's starting to get into completed stuff. Now, what did we have? Yeah. 3 for Langley Hall. Ah, Port Prosper, Bronzewood. And, Flower Sackless. Okay, so we go to Langley Hall, drop that wood off, and then we bounce to Atlas, where we drop off those seeds. And then we go to Parasi, because that is where we would go for the princess. Yeah, okay. If we hit 45 veils, we can slip on... We'd have the potential to slip on that if we have the room at any point. At the current moment, we don't. However, that doesn't mean it'll stay like that. Because sometimes we do occasionally run into things that can be slotted into other slots, and that could very much be the case for one of these things. Who knows? We'll see. For now, everything else looks pretty solid. That one's like the cheapest assaying. That's why I'm thinking there has to be at least another assaying deal somewhere. 4 hold, 8 hold. Yes, indeed. Those are good. Okay, so yeah. Like I said, it seems our plan, of course, at the moment is to go to Langley Hall, drop off that wood, to Aklis, drop off the seeds, and grab, well, we'll always grab porter boards, but then bound off to the Piransai, and drop off those. There's no other prospects available or anything. Nope. A respectable amount of money, though. Now, if we wanted more, we want a bigger train, we need even more money. But honestly, I really like this. I really like this little one. This is a very... The Outrider is a very sleek and very maneuverable. And I actually really do like that maneuverability. So, let us set off. Hey, look at me, finally doing a non-troubleshooter stream. I do apologize to everyone for just how off all the holiday stuff has made my traditional schedule, but I appreciate folks sticking around nonetheless. Because I do intend to finish what I have started. And, well, Sunless Skies is fun. No, 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 no. Get away from me. Shoot. Shoot. Be gone. No, fine. Yoga. Also because there's treasure over there. I can't help myself. Of these options, we mourn. Hoping for a repair. Like I'm awkwardly surrounded. But hey, Amber. I accidentally fired both my guns, which was a little bit awkward. And unintended. Hi, it's me, having to get used to playing these games. I already was not good. Oh, and Teru. Okay. Hello and welcome back to me, Hole. That was a lot of Hole I got. Say hello to my boosted up mirrors, effectively. There is very much a value in mirrors. Just went slower on racing it up because I was just, well, very, very in on irons and hearts. So that's just kind of my thing for this captain. Climb fails is their lowest. Only a 1 for what could have been a lot worse, so I'll take it. I will definitely take it. Celestial Ruin. The heavens are pocked with tumbled ruins from aeons gone. Some are melancholy, some malevolent, some hide treasures, others danger. Here is a pale palace, or perhaps temple, of old Uluthuria, adorned with leaning columns. I could leave the ruins undisturbed, and the past to its grave. Decipher ancient inscriptions, weathered markings freckled the stones. Trade visions to heaven for a moment of inspiration and some experience. Or with mirrors, conduct an excavation. This ruin seems more intact than some. If you have the workers and equipment, you could risk digging deeper in to see what treasures they hold. Ooh, I do have 100% chance on it. It'll probably cost me some supplies, but fuck it. Science! Science! A cache of souls. After a day of hard labor, your diggers break into a sealed vault. It holds a wealth of glass vessels, each containing a soul. They are clearly inhuman, many-limbed and protean, but not of noticeably superior quality to that of a chimney sweep or a poet. You order them taken aboard. Alright, we exchanged 2 supplies for 3 jumbled souls. So that's a good deal, but we did it. The important thing is we performed archaeology in the process. Yay, archaeology. I should explore that. Just so it's not bugging me. Little mingling, little mingling. Hello, Lanely Hall. So either cheap gemstones or cheap, thirsty bombazine. Acquire a cask of Navartine gemstones. The maids are quiet as to where his lordship got these. A furtive deal is struck, and the goods have been snuck aboard. Alright, we sell all of that wood. But sure, we invest in that. 1, 2... 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, right, port. Pile the port reports, because we can. And then we leave, because that's all we were here for, on top of selling things. Enjoy your wood, folks! You keep building nice, fancy things. That's what they do, after all. Alright, let us explore this little bit. You'll then go to Aklis. Yeah, Aklis right here, so we can sell those seeds. It won't be as profitable as the wood, but, well, seeds are little cheapy things. Wood is wood, though. Bushy Gardens. Ah, cool. Bonus experience. As we know, but I'll update anyways because it's fair to state, while we can't... While we've run to the end of our faucets, there is no more beyond this. We can still keep on improving our skills with experience, to the varying ratios. I've been doing the Veils ones right now, probably to get up to the threshold of 45, and then, well, we can just improve other things. Oops. So that's definitely what we're working on for our experience, and thus what I have to remember. And what is definitely very new to the Sovereign Edition, as far as I'm aware, because, I wasn't there the first time I played. For as much as I was aware of, anyways. It's like, maybe it was, and I just missed it, but I don't think it is. Oh, you. Dark Spectre who's taking offense to my light. Too bad. Take offense to my light all you want. I like my light. The duration of the night be damned. Because they would love to see everything in darkness. But this is why we must cling stronger to the light. Even if the Clockwork Sun's light is a little bit, suspicious. It's, of the darkness, at least. Yeah, I know, low thresholds. I have to be careful because I'm speeding through unknown territory. Probably want to cut around this way if this is where the path lies. Which, I mean, we're about to find out. Alright. In clear, perfectly visible territory, which I still should be careful in because just because I know where things are hasn't stopped me from running into them in the past. Because I'm a fool. And, pardon for any coughing or like. The reason I start a little bit later, it's kind of felt like something's been at the back of my throat. Convenient. I don't think I'm sick or anything, it just... sometimes my throat just gets irritated. Better not be fucking sick. Been doing a very good job of not being so. All the right stuff, and I don't mask up outside. When you live with people, well, you can't still go in there. The final battle. You step out the locomotive into pitched struggle for the monastery. Amber League Murgatroyd has given up on subtlety in favor of an all-out assault on the monastery's gates. Her claimmen beat against the door, while a group of hired goons does their best to hold back Sigrid and her ringbreakers. Cries of "Hoshato!" echo throughout the marsh. Join Sigrid in battle. Sigrid has this under control, but acquitting yourself well could reap valuable rewards. 57% chance, well... guess we're starting with the coin flips early. Ah, damn. Into the fray. Secret throws you a sphere which you fail miserably to catch. She shoots you a pointed look as you scramble the mud and hurry to join the battle. The hired goons have no problem fighting small children. Unfortunately for them, the opposite is just as true. Soon enough, Sigrid has her spear pressed against Amberly Murgatroyd's throat. Call him off, she snaps. Amberly has no choice. Less than an hour later, she and her goons are marched through the port in their underclothes, towards a plank overhanging the marsh proper. Below are untamed carnivorous plants, spores of madness, and water said to replace thirst with insanity. The Rainbreakers cheer as each in turn is prodded off to land face first in the foul mud below. Petrified veins run down the side of this ancient structure. Two giant featureless doors block the crumbling entrance, far too large for any human to open. The metal is unfamiliar, but resilient. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the monastery itself. The doors are scarred with scratches and the impacts of enemy assault. Poor port. That had Murgatroyd in the whole attack as well. Huh. Like, are they there even? These bros, the T's bros. Ah, okay, it's just that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they just might not be here now. That would make sense. Oh well, Right, that's this prospect, which we need to supply 5 more, but this is an endeavor, a long-term endeavor. Flowers in the dark, seeds to Atlas. 3, 4, 5. Alright, 230 mysteries, 250 experience, and 7 seeds just sitting here for reinvestment. Okay, fair enough. Willing to take the signs when they just put up in front of my face of, here, have more. I think it's one of the things that was lower on the list anyways. Alright, we could patrol. For tea poachers, we're in the swamp. Let's do that one because terror falling. Yay! We're not entirely rubbish. Yay! Okay. Have our prospects of currency for the princess. You do need to go there for him, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that is the case. What they intend to do there? Hard to make a guess. Nothing good. Nothing good at all. That's my guess. Nothing good happens with the captivating princess. Nothing good for you, at least. Like, how indeed, huh? There's a bit of an unexplored area right over here. Let's go the scenic route. Everybody loves the scenic route. Those who are busily trying to get from point A to B without dying, but that isn't always us. Reputation of his scribe spinster. Turn. Woohoo! Spicy. I see. The ominousness is here to give us a firm welcome greeting. You're welcome. Alright, let us head into dock. In we go. The Gardens of Rancy. Things are quiet outside the prison. The doors rarely open to let newcomers in, and almost never to let reformed prisoners out. The chaplains busy themselves caring for their small garden. No flowers, only exquisitely tended weeds. Contemplate the sculptures. Everclid would not approve of their impossible angles. Puzzle for the eyes. The sculptures of Franci follow no law but chaos. The chipped marble juts in and around itself, its polyhedrons offering no perceptible start, end, or often middle either. Fascinating. You could stare at them for hours. In fact, you do. Here we have some literature here. And then they sell it. Yeah, we got it for 100 cheaper, which is pretty good. Alright. Locate the silly old thing for the princess. The incognito princess left a silly old thing in the most secure prison in the skies. She wants it back. The ugly duckling. When I was a lesser person than I am now, explains the princess as you approach the prison, I had awful habits. Went through a phase that was best described as monstrous. Too much wild red honey, I'm afraid. That's putting it fucking lightly. Perhaps it was all for the best, she says. If I hadn't gone through that awkward stage, I wouldn't have ended up where I am today. However, before I can safely move on, I need to tidy up. As such, it really can't be alive anymore. I just won't stand it. So, we have the candle and a tail. We can begin, she says. She pulls out the candle, places it on the floor, and lights it. She gestures at you, and you start reciting the tale of terror. From the flame's tip grows a large tear-shaped door of red and orange. The princess claps her hands in glee. Hold this, I don't want to risk ruining it. I fear fisticuffs will follow, she says, passing you her tiara. Wait for my return. It'll only be a few minutes. She skips through the doorway. You stand there with only a tiny flame, an incongruous door, and a rambling, terrifying narrative for company. Soon, you're joined by the most dangerous of companions. An idea. That idea apparently being, trap the princess. The princess needs you to keep telling this story to escape. Stop telling the story. The troublesome princess, troublesome no more. Success will end your journey with the incognito princess. She will not be pleased. Or don't trap the princess, it's best not to meddle. Not sure I can actually make that check, as tempting as it tries to be. Oh dear. So, I mean, I'm probably going to just continue reciting it because, yes, getting on the bad side of... Getting on the bad side of her sounds horrifying. So yeah, the likely thing, the safest thing, is not appease the ideas of random stray thoughts in the dark. Don't trap the princess. It really is best not to meddle when the incognito princess is involved. A success. The princess steps through the rift, happy and triumphant. Or rather, happier and more triumphant than the usual. She's dragging the vianthenical skin of monstrous appearance. Must have once covered some gargantuan insectoid beast. Oh, I just can't believe I was ever seen in this, she says, working its jaw like a puppet. All fashion seems tawdry with hindsight. Don't worry, it's dead now. I killed it. It is now my special rug. She takes her tiara from you, places it on the brow of the skin, laughs at the sight of it, then returns it to her own head. The incognito princess found what she sought at Rancy. Turns off your course of polite goodbyes indeed. Alright then. What now, you? An audience with the princess. So, what now? You've done her a service. You have pleased her. She will speak with you. What now, indeed? Tradition. In the incognito princess's cabin, the poetical suitor why am I saying things horribly? Analytical. Hi, it's me, who's horrible at speaking. Analytical suitor are stripping the skeletons of starlings of their flesh, arranging the bones by type, size, length, and so on. The princess passes time admiring her ring. Eventually she notices you, and sometime after that she remembers to speak to you. One final step before the big day, and this is more politeness. I am a princess, of course. She points at her tiara, to remind you. So, politeness is very much my thing. She needs to find a way into the tomb of the prince consort to say goodbye to her father. The incognito princess would like to visit her father in the mausoleum. Well, not the first time we've been in there, but we're doing dubious things. Alright then. Have anything else here? I don't think so, to be honest. We do have a number of stuff in London, in Albion, and at least one deal in the Reach. We'll be heading back to the Reach first, so let's see what we've got standing on this avenue first. I'm not sure if there's anything else, to be honest. Oh, apologies. Technically those. Technically. Winchester, New Winchester. Yeah, technically these apply as well. Alright. So we need to go down to the Eagle's Imperium. You know, probably without having to skirt through there. So let's just pop back into Pan first things first. It's a pretty safe option. Quite the safe option. Then we can just head directly south to the Eagle's Imperium. And all will be well. Hi. Speaking of all will be well, space tea! A tea that's just floating around in space. I want some hours. Oh! That Scribe Spinster almost had me where it wanted it. That Spinster almost had me going where it wanted me to go. Luckily I wasn't. Luckily I responded. Anyway, there's another thing to examine. Same options, tarry amongst the ruins. Linger a while beneath the soaring stones. Whatever the ruin's original purpose, it is lost. There's something wistful and humbled about them now. Perhaps it is comforting to know that not even the works of heaven's kings can withstand the toll of time. What will you do while you tarry here? Make repairs to your engine. Search for a memento, gain an uncanny specimen, scribble a few verses, gain a sky story. We have so many sky stories. Uncanny specimen it is. You spend an hour combing over the tumbled stones and exploring the ruins' crannies. At the foot of a crumbled monolith, half buried in rubble, you find the remains of some old, dead thing. An offering? Off and now we go. Back to Pan we will go. Close enough, it's not worth it. Hello, Foregone Arch. I'm here to get back into Pan. With, you know, minimal fuss of things trying to kill us, and then we'll fully stock up for a journey back to the Reach. If there's anything else I missed in this place, well then, oops. Hopefully we're good. We're probably good. Slide in we go. Slide in we go. Okay, we have some other deals that we could be doing. You all get in there. I had a feeling we needed the tea. Alright, so what prospects do we have here? The Eagle's Gratitude, literature for the Imperium. Your service to Eagle's Imperium has been recognized. The bespectacled official sends word that if you can bring him some ministry-approved literature as a cover story, he will offer you a suitable reward. 5 bundles should be enough. We're definitely doing that one because we'll be heading that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Other one is the Master's New Cloak. Promising to the House of Rods again. 3 rolls should do it. Alright, we'll make a detour. 1, 2, 3. No harm in a detour. You know, for money. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A little bit over on the supplies. Oh well. Alright then, well, I guess we'll be heading this direction anyways. Because I can't help myself. It's fine. Money is, well, money. Yeah. You can stay there, ruins. Also other ruins. You're just trying to tempt me to stop. Just trying to tempt me. Well, too bad. Off and away I go for once I restrain myself on the matter. So, rod and chains. One last minor stop, then to the Eagle's Imperium. We shall be getting more out of the matter. Well, good reavers are here. And so is the, that. Stay asleep, little ones. That's good, evil monstrosities of doom and horror. Good little monstrosities. This scene ain't gonna be happy, though. But this scene isn't ever happy. Just terror-inducing. Well, we shall speed around as quickly as we can. Please don't look at me. Hi. I'm just heading off this way. Don't mind me. Oh, it's minding me. Like, yes, it's minding me. I saw that brief horror zone terror. It minded. Rune Pass atop the Rotting Messenger. Now home to uninvited guests of a rubbery persuasion. Yes, indeed. Back to the House of Rods and Chains. I am here to make a delivery. Meant of exile for our terror. Let's see, where's our port report? There's our port report. Attend the lament for another Luthurian mystery. I guess I keep on forgetting to drop off a rubbery passenger. Oh well, too late now. $750. Meals fit for rubbery men. Distressing shapes bob to the surface of the rubbery chef's cauldron. He scoops one out for you to taste, and it wriggles delicate antennae at you. Well, it's certainly fresh. The rubbery man indicates that he'll happily serve them dead or alive. He even has cages ready. 850 for an investment if Cage catches that. You know what, sure. We shall do exactly that. And now to Eagle's Imperium. Might stop by the moon briefly. Because the moon is a peaceful place. One of the feared non-terror places in this damn zone. Off and off we go. Our delivery of books. Ugh, pardon me. Always happens to me. Feel fine, then something about just chilling and streaming seems to bring out the tiredness of me. Yeah, well. Here's our good old peaceful moon. The Sunless moon. Built to the command of this Khan, sings the sky with yellow. That it does. Our efforts against the liberation of the night. For plenty more. It is time for the rite of resolution. The engineers have landed. They stand outside the circle of Imperials, their clothes in tatters, smeared with oil and dirt. But they are safe, and they are sound. All around you, lanterns are lit. A warm glow grows and brightens. The crowd parts, the engineers climb up through it to the center. Before the engineers can be welcomed back... Ah, this is the name restoring, okay. Afterwards, I want a good hearty meal. Oh, we'll provide. Yep, each deals. Moon rations for weeks. And thus, fungal crackles, wrinkled apples, and pungent stabs of cheese. Cheese. Delicious cheese. I wonder what's this way. There's the rest of the moon. And then just, yep, the back side of this. The Imperium have built a homemade moon to light their corner sky. Steel frame festooned with the lamps. As I said, a lot less dubious than the Clockwork Sun. A lot. Substantially better. This, the Xanthouse Moon, is not slowly and steadily poisoning everything around it into glass. All it does is ward off the darkness. And there speaks to volumes just in that act alone. Which is the same as why their holdings are just lit up with electricity. I mean, they already had electricity down in beneath, but it comes just as handy up here in this heavens. here we are. More strange catches for purchase. The mere waters of Uathuria are smooth on the surface, but often turbulent and dangerous below. A scarred fisherman offers some of his more unusual catches for sale, advising customers of a nervous disposition to not peek into the cages. Buy 3 more. And sell 5 of these. Lost some strength in the sun, well, we'll fix that. We'll fix that. New collection. And so we both benefit from our relationship. If only all exchanges could be so equitable. How much did you declare on the customs form? Oh dear, let me adjust that for you. Alright, well, we should have the place that you wanted for this. Don't worry about that. For intelligence on necklace. 100 sovereigns for delivering that port report. We're on sea. We didn't pick up a port report there because of course we didn't. Of course we didn't. That would have been convenient. Game new. It's new. That's fuel, that's that. We need one of these to get through. Was a multiple of these? Let me actually check before I have to make an awkward run back. Before I have to make that awkward one back to there, yeah. What do we need to get in here? I think it's 3. Yes, 3. Okay. Which means I bought 1 too many things. Which means we need to burn some fuel, and that should be easy enough. Ooh. Whoops. That could have been awkward. That could have been tremendously awkward. And I just bonked the side of the lane for good luck. All is right. Boop. I know we do have munitions. That would require me going back, though, so... Alright, you busy place, you. I shall leave you to it. Yourself to customs, nothing to declare. Turn to our engine and travel to the Reach. With guns. The power of guns compels you to take me elsewhere. Pardon me there. Alright, we have a little bit to do out of the Reach. Not a whole lot, but a little. Let's get back to New Winchester first. Deliver our passenger. And whatever else we might still have just jabbed in our hole. Or hold, rather. Go on, just stay quiet. Sunless sky. Of sunless skies. Some hole. Can repair for more. It didn't because you didn't exactly have a lot of things on that board, but, well, details. Repairs are repairs. Means I just have to be careful. Me, be careful. Fucking bloody good one, that is. It's probably in my beard, grumbles the vagabond. Yeah, you know, fair. Alright, what's dead over here? The Trondheim. Largely intact behind its broken windows. Bulging sack. What's in the sack? 24 sovereigns. Okay. Not about to say no to 24 sovereigns. It's 24 free sovereigns. Alright. Let us hope there isn't any enemies in this avenue. This makes me nervous going at speed in this place for, well, exactly that reason. Evil! The evil that is trying to kill us. Also caught anything and almost everything in these skies. Like the things that are trying to kill us. What things? Yes. Just yes. Right. All the things. Like, cut that one, little fine. A little fine. Dick. Be gone. You could see me trying to slow down once I saw that empath too, but as I so eloquently said before, Dick. Yes. Quite so. First attempt to build New Winchester. It failed. Treasury over here, and marauders. Was a marauder. Now they are just very, very dead. They've upgraded. From malicious marauders to dust in the wind. All they are is dust in the wind. Okay, they're probably a little bit more than dust, but yeah, details. Details. 2,300. Okay. Let's leveling up other things if I want to, but I consider running away with them, but some refuse to bathe. Let's do our normal circus things. Free tickets. Another performance. 85 Sky Stories now. We did have more. I used them. For obvious reasons. Ours here, sure. Alright. Thank you, Circus. You're as good as always. Alright, New Winchester, then the Nature Reserve. Then we'll need to head up to Port Prosper at some point. Not only to do what we need to do at Port Prosper, but... This homestead is plated in a patchwork of corrugated iron. As you land, the barrel of a rifle pokes out from a boarded window and fires, kicking up a spray of grass at your feet. How unfriendly. Leave swiftly. Perhaps you'd rather not risk encountering hostile strangers. Perhaps you want to avoid small talk. Or return fire. You'll not stand for that. Partial success. Your rounds ring off the house's iron skin and find the gaps between its makeshift plates. There's an agonized scream, a spray of blood, the sound of a gun's chamber locking. They must be on the verge of surrender, surely. Then you smell burning. Someone's lit this steading ablaze. A door slams. You can see figures running through the smoke. Enter the steading. Recover what you can before the flames consume it. Pursue the villains. They'll be making off with their valuables. They're desperate. With desperation comes danger. Oh, I hate these partial successes on 100%. It's like, Now what's gonna cost me what? Is an excellent fucking question. I think probably not worth chasing after them, to be honest, so we'll just enter the steading. Recover what you can before the flames consume it. You take a handful of stokers, whose lungs are used to smoke, and hurtle into the smoldering homestead. Posters of Tackety Jack blacken and peel from the walls. Ramshackle leather roofing crackles like sausages in a frying pan. An intrepid stoker dares the fire-choked kitchen, and emerges black-faced but laden with barely charred provisions. 1 supplies for 10 tankers. Wanted a friendly chat. You guys fucking shot at me. Well, what you fucking get. We could have had a nice plate to dinner. Exchange stories and all that business. You know, like how much I've been playing of I was a teenage exocolonist for this past week. Might be a lot. It is a fair bit. I've been enjoying that game. And while obviously no offense to doing things on stream, which I definitely enjoy, it's nice to have an off-stream game that I can just go hard in and not be constrained to schedule. It's great. Alright, what's our prospects? Hours to the Nature Reserve. We're we're heading there, so 5 hours. We did buy some. 1, 2. 4 stained glass. The other one's off at Titania for 5 stained glass, so we wouldn't be able to complete that anyways. Explore the city. Deliver cinders. So we did have a number of those. And deliver pamphlets. For even more money. Because I'm clearly double dipping on this matter. Here, have some cinders. Anyways, here also have these posters explaining how bad these cinders are. Oh, playing both sides, are they? Oh, Oniboots, hello. It's good to see you. How's it going? I'm a bit tired and my throat's been feeling irritated, but otherwise I have been doing fine. Thank you for asking, Oni. How have you been doing this fine evening? Hopefully all's been going well for you. On any accord, and it is good to see you. I'm just chilling around here in sunless skies because, well, A, it's Sunday, B, this game's just nice and chill. Simple as that, really. Alright, let us part ways with the masked citizen. They kept to their cabin on the return journey. The crew reported seeing starlight seeping from under the door at all hours. Oop. Harrowed. The jars accumulating outside their cabin painted a melancholy picture. The citizen had been steeping themselves in lamp after lamp of starshine. Perhaps the familiar captive starlight reminded them of times before you learned of the hypocrisy of suns, before you both grew the second mouths, hidden beneath your clothes. The citizen climbs, blinking from your engine. My quest has led us down roads that are hostile to my disposition. Having heard of the forces at play, I have little hope of seeing our friend again. Don't know about you, but I intend to begin drinking heavily. Good luck in all your endeavors. You know, fair play, good sir. Fair play. That's so good. Drinking some hot tea, and I'm alright. I'm playing some Final Fantasy IX. Nice, nice. Glad you're doing alright and all's well. Yeah, I've actually been... past few days been having hot cider. Just hot apple cider, which has been nice, but yeah. I had some tea amidst that too, but yeah. I hope it's not a sickness or anything, and it's just a normal that sometimes my throat just kind of acts up a little bit. I don't feel sick or anything, so, knock on wood. Been trying to be real good about not being sick. I've done a fantastic job these past years since all the pandemic stuff started of not being, so... Hopefully it's just a slightly irritated throat this evening, and nothing more. Body, take the hint. Apple cider is, yes, it is delicious. It's like I kind of went a different route because I'm afraid of things spoiling, but I've been using these cider just pouches, pouch deals, so I can just heat up some water, pour it in, and stir it in, and not have to worry about cider going bad or anything. Gotta speak it into the universe. Yeah, exactly. Assert my dominance as much as I can. Hey, Cybershot, how's the truth of the universe? Working on it. Just returned the masked citizen. And still working on the princess and the vagabond stories. Going to the vagabond right now, I just did part of the princess stories, which had the deal of, oh hey, you have the thought of maybe trying to trap the princess, and I'm like, let's not tempt fate there on that accord. Knowing the captivating princess, I'm sure it could have gone horribly wrong, because I don't exactly have a good fails check on that matter. So, I just did what she said. It's safer that way, maybe. She disturbs me. The captivating princess. She disturbs me a lot. Anyways, this guy intends on picking up the heavy drinking, which, fair play. And now I seem to have only one more option. Agree to transport the Didact on a research trip. I must consult a primary source, the roll of ash. I believe it'll shed light on the friction between the conjunctions. There's a library in the Blue Kingdom, at the Forge of Souls. They're the only one we haven't done, so we'll pick them up. I don't know when we're going to the Blue Kingdom. When I run into plenty of dead ends on everything else. A new traveling companion. He begins to pack his things, mostly books and a jangling collection of amulets and talismans he retrieves from his shelves. I am unsure exactly what the Roll of Ash is or contains. I know that it is the work of the Courtesy, a topic which our masked friend is looking into. Yeah, we figured that out. Some of our strands are beginning to tie together. Currently, the role is in the keeping of someone called the Lamentation of Miss. He boards your engine gingerly. I have curtailed my travel lately, he says, peering suspiciously at the stars. Increasingly, I believe some things are best left undiscovered. Dun dun dun. So this requires us to go to the Blue Kingdom. We are not there yet. Alright, what we are going to do is head off to the nature reserve for the Vagabond. No, wait. No, it's fine. I'll be stuck. I don't need to stop by there. Then it's to Port Prosper, because we have a... Because it's on the way to Albion, we have a delivery, but I need to pick up the delivery stuff first. You guys gonna shoot at me now? I don't have anything, Yeah, okay, they're friendly now. I have no smuggled goods now, so these fellows aren't trying to shoot me in the face. All over some illicit literature. So, that's nice. Yeah. Good to see you both, Uniboot and Cybershot. Always nice to have some company. About in the evenings. And nice to just have your support being here, because, yeah. There's one thing that has not changed. There's one thing that has not changed with the holidays passing, because factors haven't changed on that matter. It's my worries over my financial situation. Goddamn everything requiring money. Okay, are they dead? This is the train. Death him. Yeah, that's why I definitely, appreciate... I appreciate everyone. I definitely appreciate at the moment the few people supporting me at the moment, because, yeah, I am effectively out of job now, and this is all I've got going for me. I received my last paycheck, effectively, and now I'm just wondering what the fuck to do. Suffice to say, it's been a very consistent source of stress on my part. Yeah. Because shit like food just keeps getting more expensive, and now I have less and less ways to buy it, and... I'd say I worry. I worry a lot. That's just how life is. Game looks pretty sweet, I never heard of it. Ah, yes, Sunless Skies is a very fun game. It has a relation... It's made by the same people who do Sunless Sea, which is also a pretty fun game on a similar chord to this one. With a bit of a different style, but fun nonetheless. It's a very chill game for me. Can find something to, man, it's over here. Yeah, just nature, pandemics, stuff, putting just a hamper into matters. I'll be honest, I need to actually start looking into things because, well, I'm an Aspie. I struggle with trying to grasp all these concepts of, like, proper job searching and the like. And, for me, it's always the first step is the hardest step. But that's why I'm started doing this earlier last year and started actually getting to streaming, because it's like, well, it's not like I'm expecting payouts right out the bat, because for obvious reasons, that's just the nature of streaming. But it's something I could do on my own time that's not going to be impacted by anything else, and gives me the vague chance of maybe someone will toss something my way. And people have, and I have appreciated the generosity. And thus, it's just to continue onwards. All I can do is continue to press forward, and that's what I'll do. At least by doing this. Or as something more... It's like, if I can find something more consistent, I still would want to something where it wouldn't impact my streaming too much, because I do enjoy doing this streaming. Which is weird to say as an introvert Aspie, but, well, I do enjoy doing this. I have fun here. I have fun. This is Rolls a Thirsty Bombicine that I do not mind picking up some excess of. Ravenscourt and Stamford make a healthy profit selling academic robes for graduation ceremonies. They insist that only light-drinking bombacine cloth is acceptable at such occasions. Bombacine is splendid but expensive, so there's a bustling second-hand market in used robes among impoverished scholars. One such secret market is taking place now. Yoink. And... oh, hey, speaking of which... my free money so you can get going. Thank you very much, Cybershot, for subscribing with Prime. 3-month resubscription? Thank you ever so kindly. I appreciate it greatly, Cybershot. And not just for the subscription money, but the fact that you've been one of my consistent viewers, and I greatly appreciate that alone, even. You're a fine person to have, and I'm glad to have met you. And I'm glad you keep on just stopping by to hang out and watch what I'm doing. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you kindly. Good taste in games, what can I say? Thank you. Yeah, games I play on here, just things that have already interested me, like Sunless Skies, or things that do interest me as far as new stuff goes, so I'm glad you enjoy my taste of things. Oh, speaking of which, oh gods, hi! Speaking of more things happening, Chile! Hello, welcome in with the Raid of 11. Glizzy Raid indeed. Hello, Sloth Siren. Hello, everybody Raider-wise. Welcome in. There's Jay Chili. Hello, hello. Glitzy Raid indeed. The hot dogs are everywhere. Hello, Ratlord Ollie. Welcome in with the raid. Hello, Seals Apple. Welcome in with the raid as well. Welcome, one and all, on everybody. I appreciate y'all coming on over here. For those who might not know me, I am Narem. I am a variety streamer, and tonight I am playing some more Sunless Skies. Hope your stream was a pleasant one, Chili. What were y'all up to tonight? What were you doing this fine evening before hopping on over to me? Hopefully it all went well and fun, as I'm sure they did. Usually that seems to be the case on your streams. Fun times abound. Played a real chill indie game called Toem. Ah, interesting. I don't think I've heard of that game before, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, and well, chill indie games are very nice. Nice to have chill streams. Sometimes you just need relaxing with your stream, so I am glad you enjoyed it. Toem. Highly recommend it. It was a lot of fun. Fair enough. It's here. Oh wow, that is definitely really good Steam reviews on it. Okay then. I will keep that in mind. I'll take a look at it, because I'm always curious. At least poke at the Steam page when I'm not streaming. But for now, cool. Glad you enjoyed it, and glad you enjoyed it enough that you would recommend it. It always says something. Like, as far as smaller indie game goes, I haven't been playing it on stream, but off stream I've been very caught up in one called I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, and I would highly recommend that game too. It is also a very fun indie game. Chill might not be a good word for it because, oh gods, it can get dark, but it is still a very fun game. A very fun game indeed. I like that pointing that you played. Ah, yes, Primordia, or is that it? Not Primordia. No, it was Primordia. Okay, cool. I better remember and thought. Yeah, Primordia was a fun ride. Primordia was a very fun ride of a story that I played that Saturday. that was a cool one too, without a doubt. Alright. Prepare for the vagabond's rite. The vagabond has acquired an enormous knapsack. It's packed an equally enormous amount of glassware into it. Oh, I need seeds. Sack of verdant seeds. Well, luckily we're here. Luckily we're at a place that sells seeds. Let's just do that real quick, and oh hey, look, we're good. He clinks when he walks. The ritual will not be easy, he warns you. It will hurt us. It will change us. The two who leave this forest will not be the two who entered. Strike out into the wilderness. Do you have what we need? The vagabond stares at you, then nods. Yes, you're ready. One supply? one vision of the heavens, and one sack of verdant seeds that we very quickly just bought. Strike out into the wilderness. The vagabond's ritual begins. You hike until you reach a ring of sharp stones. The vagabond builds a fire and spreads leaves over the flames. Its smoke is intoxicating. He presses a thimble of something oozing and red into your palm. It tastes sweetly foul. Squatted over a cauldron, he begins simmering a stew of chopped toadstools and slimy carcasses. When you next look down, your arms are gnarled tree branches. They sprout glistening fruit. The vagabond plucks one and adds it to his mixture. You blink. The sky changes color. It smolders red. The vagabond has drawn symbols in the soil. How much time has passed? The garden rite. You try to stand, but you are rooted to the ground. You strain to speak, but your mouth is sealed by bark. You would claw your lips free, but your arms are twisted branches. Hey, Sinclair. Hello, and as if every Monday going into lurk as I need to leave for work. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you for popping by, Sinclair. If I'll bit briefly, it's been going well so far, and hopefully it shall continue to go so. And good luck with work. Good luck surviving the work. Or it'd be very unfortunate if you didn't. But yeah, thank you for your kind words, Sinclair. The vagabond sets you 2 cups, one for you, one for him, and pours a seething mixture from the cauldron into both. He pauses and coughs, pushes his fingers into his mouth, and pulls from his throat the final ingredient, a calcified knobbly seed. When added to your cup, it hisses. The vagabond sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and sings. The surrounding trees susurrate in harmony. Switch the cups. With great effort of will, you are able to move, though your bones groan and splinter like sundered wood. Drink from your assigned cup. If you close your eyes, the vagabond's song fills your skull like honey in a bowl, and you have no need to think. Pour both cups away and replace the contents. The vagabond's trusty flask lies near your feet. You could replace both cups with a less objectable substance. Sure. Drink from your assigned cup, huh? Completion. The vagabond's song reaches a pitch you cannot hear. His eyes are closed in rapture. Then his eyes snap open. In one swift gulp, he drinks from his cup and commands you to drink from yours. You do so. With that, the ritual is concluded. The birds resume their song. When did they fall silent? The vagabond stands and begins grimly packing away his paraphernalia. You drink from your own cup and completed the vagabond's ritual. The vagabond's obligation. Ask the vagabond if now he's ready to travel to Old Tom's Well. First things first, deliver cinders. Have they been hauling cinders? What do they make of this stuff? Transporting cinders is good business. Some captains sign contracts with Leadbeater and Stainrod, committing to carrying only that product. Other enterprising souls have set up arrangements with the company to bring cinder enthusiasts to the park for a closer look at the product. They've all seen it go wrong once or twice for some weak-willed individual who couldn't handle a pinch of cinder, but no one blames the snuff. Not suspicious at all. Does he need anything else from you? Distribute anti-Cinder propaganda, because we're double-dipping motherfuckers. Ooh, that was to take to Port Prosper, I just noticed. I only just noticed outside of it. Seemed kind of nasty to drink. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. So Cinder's to New Winchester. And Crusade deal, propaganda, anti-propaganda stuff to anti-Cinder stuff to that. Take a quick trip into the reserve. Sure, let's get some more Sky stories for the collection. Alright, 1, 2, 1, 2. So we need to ask them if all's good. Is old Tom ready to visit his opponent well? You performed his ritual. He should be ready to seek out his sister and confront her about Quivers and the other missing Skylarks. A moment of gratitude. The vagabond beams at you, his eyes twinkling. Yes, I'm ready, he says. Thank you for everything. This will make a fine story when it's over. Journey to Old Tom's Well and confront the vagabond's sister. Was this one Old Tom's Well? Or was Old Tom's Well elsewhere? To check, and there's no name on that one. I think we're in the right area. I mean, there's only one way to find out. And that's just to look it up. The other way would just be going there, but honestly, I don't want to have to go there if I don't have to. Okay, yeah, it is that one. Okay. I couldn't remember or not. That's the problem with not having played for a little bit. My shitty-ass memory that serves me to no avail whatsoever. Now to see if we regret drinking from that cup of nastiness. Yeah. Well, one way to find out, really. In which I just used that line already again. Why the... I'm repeating myself! How dare I? You know, I was expecting to hear bees, which is why I didn't speed up. I wasn't expecting splotchy fungal deal. I don't hear it anymore, but I did briefly hear it. Just sucking noise. Let's see if we can skirt around the noisy bees, and hey, look at that. Hi, Marauder. Hi-ho, Marauder. Goodbye, Marauder. Ooh, and the stuff to pick up here? You shouldn't have, game. Nah, I'm not gonna check, game. Do it to me more, I don't care. Get some sovereigns, 30 sovereigns. And we got our floating teacups. Because, well, floating teacups. The best crockery to own? The ones you fished out from space. Sure, you can mind a few chips here and there on them with that sort of story behind their name. I can't believe I actually got that shot. I can't believe I made that shot. Okay. Hey, more fuel. I like more fuel. Feeds the machine. sent flying, squeaking in protest. Hello, old Tom's well. Been a little bit. Amiable vagabond. Alright, I can take a sample of black ice too. Sure, why not? I'm here anyways. Amiable vagabond, journey to the well's edge with old Tom. The lank minister is waiting for you, surrounded by a threadbare gaggle of her parishioners. Old Tom and the well. The well winds whip at your garments. The vagabond's beard and coat flap wildly as he strides toward his pale, gaunt sister. Greetings, brother, says the lank minister with unconcealed contempt. Sister, booms the vagabond with an exaggerated bow. Aren't you going to thank me? I've brought your master another gift. I'm back in time for this. Yes, you are. Which I have my suspicions now that it says I brought your master another gift. Ask the lank minister what happened to Quivers. The young Skylark was lured here by promises of paradise, hidden in secret code. What did she do to him? See how this plays out for you. Yeah, I'm curious how this can play out too. I've never done it before. Revelation. The minister's face is sewn. She does not reply. The vagabond answers for her. Quivers went in the well, dear specialist, he says with a twinkle in his eye, as did dozens before him. I made a pact, you see, with the bitter old thing that lingers here. It granted me riches. I pledged it my life. He smiles, delighted by his own cleverness. But I offered some sinister folk a lot of money, and they helped me ferret out a ritual that would create a scapegoat. Ever since, I have been paying my debt with the lives of the less interesting. Old Tom grips your shoulder and marches you to the well's edge. Oh no, you're about to die. Hey, you do want to sacrifice me. I mean, the sacrifice must be made is suspicious, none the least. Fathomless darkness hungers below. The lank minister and her followers have dropped in supplication, their faces pressed into the coal-black ice. Here's another one, mutters old Tom, staring down intently. Their soul is bound to mine. You follow his gaze and, for a moment, you can see almost to the well's depths. A glisten of fetid gold, a cluster of pale, grasping trees. Struggle against the well winds. The winds howl, they hunger, but the vagabond doesn't relinquish his grip. He seems reluctant to let go. A change of heart. Well, damn me, says old Tom wearily, hauling you back from the edge. I can't do it. After all these years, I finally can't do it. The minister raises an eyebrow. Does this mean you plan to finally pay the well its due, Tom? More time, old Tom begs. Can find another scapegoat, one who matters to me less. Made a mistake with this one, but I can find another. Just a few more weeks, please, it's all I ask. The terms of the bargain were clear, Tom. The lank minister's smile is cruel and cold as the well itself. You've had time enough already. No! The well wind snatches legs from under him, and the vagabond skids toward the well. He tries to cling to the ground, but his fingers snap like brittle twigs. Decide the vagabond's fate. Pull the vagabond back from the brink. He doesn't deserve mercy. but you can grant it to him. Let the vagabond fall to his doom. He won't be able to clean for much longer. An undeserved rescue. Ignoring the minister's protests, you haul the vagabond to safety. The whirlwinds die as quickly as they had risen. Why? Shouts the minister into the darkness below. Why give him another reprieve? As you haul the vagabond back to your engine, his broken fingers lengthen. His legs collapse in a tangle of pallid tendrils. He breathes briefly until his limbs petrify. By the time you reach the engine, his right arm is a creaking branch. Below the waist, he is a trunk of white wood, ending in a snarl of twitching roots. Your crew stare in revulsion. At your urging, they carry him to his quarters and stand him up on his roots. You can only see the whites of his eyes. Small, keening noises escape between his lips. He claws at the bark of his branch arm, as though hoping to find flesh beneath. You back away, giving the dendrified vagabond a moment to recover. After that, he can still perform his duties aboard the engine, you suspect. And who else would take him in? The vagabond's obligation. The vagabond broke his pact with the remnant in the well. In punishment, it made him finally put down his root. Made him finally put down roots. The dendrified vagabond has been dragged aboard your engine. Gained 4,000 experience. Oh, well, I have a lot of experience to spend. You've gained 3 terror. Let's leave. Nope, 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 nope. Dendrified vagabond. His lower half is a tangle of roots. His arms a sagging branch. He is planted in his quarters, twisted and brittle and languishing. 10 hearts and 2 affiliation with Bohemia. Oh, he didn't die. Nope, I didn't. And the fact that he couldn't sacrifice me is the only reason why I spared him. You've planted him in his cabin in a large clay pot. Below the waist he is a maggot-white tree. One of his arms is a sagging, leafless branch. The wood that constitutes his body is dead. He has no need for water. He spends most of his days unmoving and alone. The crew have heard rumors about what he has done, and revile him for it. When you visit, he is pathetically grateful. Speak to the dendrified vagabond. His findle and his bindle are heaped in the corner, gathering dust. The tyranny of roots. He tries to tell you a story, but he stumbles over the words. He begins to joke, but forgets the punchline. When the silence grows awkward, he begs you not to leave. And now they are literally a husk of the man they once were. Yay! Wait. Well, alright then. That is the end of the vagabond story. Oh, goddammit. You! Piss off! Stoke the engines. All the gods are angry at me. Fuck them in return. The fickle sons of bitches. Oh no, you mildly inconvenienced me as a god. Well, now I'll make your life a living hell, because fuck you. Well, fuck you back. Fuck you and the everything. Alright, so officers we haven't finished their stories of. The Incognito Princess, we're gonna continue to work on because we will be popping over to Albion. The Fortune Navigator requires me to go to the Blue Kingdom. The Clay Conductor requires me to go to the Blue Kingdom. They are finished, they are finished, they are finished, and they are now finished. You're finished. You, I believe, I need something in the Blue Kingdom as well to continue doing the, less rude route. And the Ratty Reunion we have also completed, so... Our only ones that isn't so far at the respect of the Blue Kingdoms is the Incognito Princess, so, New Winchester to get the wood we need, Port Prosper so we can finish off our things and our prospect there, and then we shall see what we need to cover in Albion. Then once I do that, I mean, we'll still probably be relatively early in the stream, so maybe I'll figure out how to get to the Blue Kingdom. I do need to figure that out. I mean, there's that. It's a wee bit broken the last time I saw it, but then again, I haven't checked it since. But not a rush at the moment on that accord. We still have some things to be done. And that is Albion bound. Blue Kingdom, the way you start the game. Yeah, that's what I figured. It was just the same relay that we know about. I just need to go back there and check on matters. Last we left it, though, is very much broken. It's fine, because like I said, there's still some things I want to do in Albion. Specifically, the person who keeps on talking, and that's the Incognito Princess. As much as she concerns me. She concerns the fuck out of me. Some extra fuel and such. It's not needed, but I'm doing it anyways. Oh hey, look, it's our old friend, the Peacock Wind. Hello, Peacock Wind. How's it going? You and I keep meeting like this here, and it's tremendously awkward, to say the least. But hello, hello. Thank you, I guess, for replenishing my supplies at the cost of unimaginable terror. Sorry, the game you're calling back from the grid camp. Yes, I indeed was. That is indeed the relay we came out from. With our ill-fated cargo that we ditched long ago because my captain wanted nothing the fuck to do with it. Ah, I need delivered here per the captain's last wishes. Get the fuck off my ship. Right. Oh, right. Right. That isn't the button I wanted. Move skills. Veils. Now we need to get up to 6,000. And then I can do one more improvement and we'd be at 45 veils. 45 veils means I have that ready cargo hold if I so desire and need it. I mean, I already bought it for potential usage. We're definitely not going to be able to use any of the 65 plus runs unless we really reorganize matters, but... but that's not anything to concern ourselves with at the moment. Hello, Enduring Dreadnoughts. I'm just glad none of y'all have guests aboard. Guests are tremendously awkward. I also need to get the sun's strength up a little bit more. I don't know, like my sun being nice, shiny, and bright. Oh good, says the eccentric flatly. New Winchester, full of men who think they're engineers. Bless their hearts. Savage. Savage. There were some cinders. Aim for Port Prosper. Hey, look at that. All the comforts of home. With the Tacadies on the run and the trade routes from London secure, the stovepipes are growing accustomed to certain luxuries. A prosperous company shareholder at Port Prosper is prepared to pay 210 sovereigns each for up to 9 caddies of dried tea. This prospect will earn you a cryptic benefactor. Alright, let us sort our hold then. We need 7 bronzewood and 9 caddies of tea. Means we need to deposit some of these, but that's fine. And 9 caddies of tea, right? Yep, up to 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Toss some more supplies in. We'll be going speed anyways. Can always pick this up at the next bank we stop by to, which will be London. So, 7 of those, 9 of those, both to Port Prosper. No news stories or anything here? Nope. Nope, and nope. Alright, let's go. This is going to be profitable. This is gonna be super profitable. Boop. Like I said, it's like, technically there are more expensive trains for me to buy if I wanted to, but honestly this Outrider is nice. I do really enjoy this Outrider. She's so sleek and maneuverable. What did I name her again? Oh, right, the Querchin, of course. I like that train the best. It really is a... Oh, hi. It really is a nice vessel, and it's honestly the first time I've used this Outrider, and I have really come to like it. Go run, but you can't hide, fucker! And the 3 auxiliary slots are super fucking nice. Super nice. Ah, some free hours. No, fair enough. The deja vu. I've been to this place before. I should stop by the Rat Monument to handle my terror by a little bit. And, thus I am. Whee! Heidi-ho to all the brave Raditz who gave their lives to London's ascension. May you rest well, O rats. More hours. Who am I to say no to free shit? Not my greedy ass, that's definitely the case. Not me, I'm not about to say no to money. And I count my money. Also, once we stop at Port Prosper, I'll organize my list to see what I need to do where. By that I mean pop open the deals that need to be popped open. Hi, Ministry Monitor. Nothing to see here. Nothing hidden tucked away in my vessel. Nope, nope, nope. But alright, time to make money! Money, money. So this, with this 7 bronzewood, gives me 2,065 sovereigns. With the bonus of the Stovepipe's fortunes going up by 10, and 1 ministry stamp permit. The engine yards are a riot of activity. A stolid clerk signs for the wood while hammers clang and foremen bellow. They're building new engines. The company is grateful, Captain, the clerk says, including a freshly stamped permit with your payments. And how much money do we make off the tea? A good solid 1890. And a cryptic benefactor, and Ministry approved literature. Cool. The company's shareholder is hosting a party to celebrate the publication of a set of pamphlets on the company's successes. Your delivery arrives just in time. An ambitious local family planned to extend their townhouse, but space in Port Prosper is at a premium, and the governor demanded they abandon the work before it was complete. Now they're trying to recoup their losses by selling a number of splendid, unused panes of stained glass. I don't have many of those, so yeah, I'm gonna buy some cheap ones of those. Hey, the party here stops. Prosper, report because I can. Deliver the pamphlets because the people deserve to know the truth of what I've been eliciting on the side. Your presence on the street corner, handing out pamphlets and haranguing the passers-by is ignored until, that is, an old man in a tailored waistcoat totters to your side. "They speak the truth," he cries. "My daughter was a scout in the reserve. She cannot stop singing. They've had her locked up. They refuse to research the cure or help in any way." By the end of the hour, you've distributed all of your pamphlets to the curious public. The old man presses a purse into your hand by way of thanks. Yeah, see, we're doing a good thing. Ignore that we've also been delivering cinders and playing both sides. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Anyways, to Albion! Oh wait, hold up. Not quite to Albion. I'm a fool. There's one more thing we could do here. That's to take tea at the Admiral Nelson. Most famous cafe in all Port Prosper is open today. You know, I usually do this one. What does the other one give? Sneak tea cakes for the porters. A few East End staff are kept on retainer for the less rarefied requirements of the Nelson's running. Oh dear gods, that is a lot of crates of crockery. Oh dear. You cram a few dozen small cakes into a bag and make a quick exit out the back. The porters are exceedingly grateful. It's considered impolite to tip these days, according to the new etiquette books. One grumbles through a mouthful of scone. Hardly make enough to pay off the uniform. A few stolen and discarded pieces of crockery exchange hands. Last season's too modern for the Nelson. Well, okay. We can work around this. And by that I mean, it's not forcing us to abandon stuff, so I can make a little bit of profit off of what I just sold. And what I just bought. It's unfortunate to have to do so, but better than not getting anything out of it. Better than not getting anything out of it by having to ditch it into the abyss. Our hold is full of book, couple of those. Alright, to Albion. See if we can do oh right, I was gonna see what I can and should be doing there. Those are there. Missions and condemned experiment, that's a work orders deal. Technically Parliament. Parliament is an option. Need to return to the sequencer at the Clockwork Sun. So I might as well do that at some point. Good promise. The princess is the big thing we're going over there for. We need to go to the mausoleum. White well. And then there's this, but this is a long-term project. Okay, so mainly these three things. Which is fine, because the big important thing is continue with the princesses. As much as I regret doing so. As much as I regret doing so. First class. That's who we are. First class. Mini-eye burrow. He can bite me. Pretty sure he's trying to bite me, in fact. I'm pretty sure he's trying to. Alright, so Parliament is up above. I might as well gather as many port reports as I can as well. On that note, what port reports do I have from here? If any. I'm sure I do. I usually tend to. Port reports, we already have... Yep, we already have some for Work World, and... we have some for quite a few of the places, actually. Okay, fair enough. I don't need to worry about that. I can just head up to Parliament and do things. And then to London. Good old homely London. After all, ignoring the slight work we've done with the Connates, more or less, my captain's pretty all in on London. I just do also kind of respect the Connate for a lot. Boop. Tea! More space tea. Space tea. The best sort of tea. If you don't mind your tea leaves having been a bit frozen. Ew. Wonder if freezing tea leaves would impact their flavor when you eventually break them out to steep them. Never have considered that. If only for the reason of that, why the hell would you consider that thought? Alright, they store fine at room temperature. Why the hell would you ever think of putting them in a freezer? I sure wouldn't until this stray thought. So, welcome to Sunless Skies. The game that makes me think, I wonder how tea leaves fare frozen. There's my terror at the protest. What are you selling? Souls. Not a huge deal. I don't know how to get these tea. Key to the House of Lords and key to the Victoria Tower. I've never been able to figure out those ones. I really haven't. I've talked to the people here as much as I can. I got the perfect pangolin. Disrupt the proceedings. Oh, pardon me. Like, there's been nothing new from him, despite the fact that I passed some laws, so... either I haven't done enough, or it's something that's triggered elsewhere that I just haven't figured out. So, now let's visit our department. Oh wait, we don't have the will of the people. Wait, do I have a law just sitting around? Or have I just not gotten the will of the people? I don't recall. I don't recall. Doesn't say here. Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure out in London which is which. So, on that note, London! London bound. Through the Emperor's Cascade at top speed, because we're London bound. It's one of you that I want to enact vengeance upon, so hello. Dick. Had a feeling it'd do that to me as well. Yo, fucko, look who also has guns. He was responding to my taunting by all the DACA, but... yeah. Crew cabins, panes of stained glass. Darn, no weapon opportunity. You will gain terror. Well, let's just get some glass then. A likely candidate. You find a promising uncracked stretch of glass infecting the Dreadnought's cylinder. You and your sky-suited crew set to work carefully prying it away from the surrounding steel. Your reflections shiver in the glass, distorted and ghostly. Finally, I didn't get the partial success on that one. Which is what usually happens to me. Like, oh, really good odds. Have a partial success where you need to make your choices. Alright, Ben. The best of Bens. Our biggest of Bens. Thank you for the terror reduction. I can tank, alright? How's business with you, you grumpy fish? that should answer anyone's questions how the grumpy fish is doing. Grumpily. Loosen terror. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Alright, let's get to London. Chug-a-lug-along. London bound we may be, to home will always be. I don't know why, I just can't help singing sometimes. Turn, 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 turn. Thank you for your generous mobility. Now, if we just go straight down along here, we should be good. Or we can cut along here and stop by the ministries, because we do need to do exactly that. We have port reports in stash. Apparently my messages had a hard time catching up to me, because those all should have been at their respective deals. Yeah, I will forgive you, game. Even as I just wonder what the hell happened, I will forgive you. I should probably start slowing down. Hello, Dreadnought, that I could have potentially run into if I hadn't slowed down. And carry on working for the good of London. Ba-da-doop. Ever my port reports. And there's some more strength for the sun. Yay! Alright, so what was it we needed for that? 2 munitions and a condemned experiment. Oh, my condemned experiments. I have 3 of them. So I could grab 2 munitions and just head back to fulfill this work order. Yeah. I'll do that. Tick. A new assignment. For the chief horologist almost looks pleased to see you. Ah, apprentice first class. You're back. Good. I trust you are ready for your next assignment? Yes, I am. Magdalene's. These careless colonists been getting deliveries before they've even been sent. Chronologically speaking, I mean. Wind your pocket watch and get them back on track. Mind if I do? I can probably stop by there once, see if when we head back that way for to keep them. Now, 2 crates of munitions for that work order. 2 crates of munitions. We'll also see what other prospects are hanging around here because, well, more money's more money. Let's see. Hello, HML Ghosty. Don't worry, it's fine. I'm allowed to be here. It's all good. Don't worry. All is well, and all matter of thing is well. You need to concern yourselves with me. Oh yeah, okay, I did have a law to hand in. That's why nothing was going on. Perhaps she will One of her renewed majesty's servants awaits you. Perhaps she will deign to give this one her royal assent, enshrining your hard works into official Albion law. Doubtful. Tearing it from top to bottom, lighting on fire, and stamping the burning piece into ash. Carlian Lustrum, the most serene mausoleum. Oh, hey, look where we at. We going. And Whirlbury. More experience and more sovereigns. Bonus sovereigns. Love bonus sovereigns. Boop, 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 boop. You go in there, and in there. Pick up these 3 supplies so we don't forget about them. Alright, Bronzewood for Parliament. I don't think we'll be up that direction. 5 casts of Navartine gemstones for the mausoleum. How many do we have? Exactly 5. Well then, we'll be picking up that one. In memoriam. Her renewed majesty has ordered the construction of a memorial chapel for the laborers who, during the Promised Days, gave their lives to lay the foundations of Albion. 5 casts of Navartine gemstones are required for this grand mural, to depict the blood, the sweat, and the tears. Mausoleum lies southwest of London. We know where the mausoleum is. Boop. And some extras. A boop. No, 2. All the fuel. All the time. Alright, well. To the mausoleum. Oh, wait. No, wait. Work order. Dirt. 2 munitions. That's what I was gonna do. Had that feeling I was missing something, and of course I only remembered once I left the goddamn station. For my troubles, I've taken 1 damage from bonking against the side of everything. As is tradition. Tradition! Tradition. Work orders mean money. It also means strength of the sun. I know some of this is our fault, which is why I'm fixing the matter. There we go. Order 8446-D. Still needs an explosive. Not your regulation shot and shell, neither. Something with some heat to it. Enough to turn glass to gas. Might need to box clever here. Ingenuity. Ooh, 700 sovereigns. Delicious. The foreman pales as you show him your improvised experimental explosive. Christ almighty! Masterson, take this away! Carefully! 3 barrels of unseasoned hours. I can do that. And the sun will be back at strength. Just some hours for some official hours. Don't mind that the permit we have, it doesn't exactly go with those things. It's fine. Everything is fine. Oh. Beautiful. Alright, so bang. So 3 hours. We tend to have a lot of hours anyways. It's almost like I was mining hours for a bit. I didn't even hold all those hours back. Some of them I sold on the spot for very, very cheap. I couldn't have done them otherwise. Because I did play it well. Partly because I didn't have a lot of space at the time. Do this, and then we'll head straight to the mausoleum. Here we are. Order 809-J. Cleaves throat and reads, additional 300 weight of good hours, comma, unseasoned, comma, appropriately franked and authorized. He there said you. Hear that? Franked and authorized. None of your contraband. All above board, huh? Orman squints critically at the complex permits. Yes, that seems to be, all seems in order. Glad to see the back of this one. We've been keeping the rest of the hours in the storeroom next to the canteen, and makes us all a bit weepy when we has our sandwiches. Sad stuff time. Bombazine. Uncanny specimens. Well, don't worry about that at the moment. Could be bouncing around between the ministries until our supplies end, but the important thing of that, other than the excess money, is that the sun's strength is back to being nice and beautifully blinding. The sun, the sun, the sun, the speed, whee! Please don't hit me. The speed, please don't hit me, I beg of thee. You too, for that matter. Please no. Also you, please no. They're all determined to give me heart attacks. Please don't hit me, I beg of thee. I pass by you fine. Alright, I think now the most we'll run into are hostiles. Like the resurrectionists. Grave robbers. It is interesting the first time you see this place. Especially if you're coming off of a Sunless Sea, where death is actually... / Fallen London, really. Where death is actually tremendously difficult. Then you go here in Sunless Skies, and it's just a huge-ass graveyard. And just a good reminder, yeah. Death is certainly back up here in the heavens. A lot of death. Our brigade stands to patriotic attention as the mausoleum comes into view. Let's just arrange some supplies. Perfect. Attending a funeral? Oh, another deathless funeral. Alright. Terror, favor, all for 100 sovereigns. Listen to the will of the people. The constituents have spoken. And then write a court report. Because we can. Don't want to do that. Alright then, we have two options. If the princess wants in, we can talk our way inside. However, it would require the most inspired of lies, or call in a favor to help the princess get inside. Then you can sneak in unnoticed. Well, we have plenty of cryptid benefactors, even more than we have moments of inspiration, so yeah, let's use our connections. Powerful friends. Easy passage. A few words from your well-positioned friends to the direful Chamberlain, and he arranges for your passage. It is no small thing. The guards clear the mausoleum of the general public, then other guards clear the usual guards. These deaf, trusted elite don blindfolds and each pull upon a chain around their neck, each revealing a silver key. The princess gathers the keys, examining the intricate filigree scenes they're decorated with. "Oh," she says, "this is of the day my parents met. They were so young then." She turns to the first door and chooses the appropriate key to open it. 7 doors follow. The designs of door and key alike, recapitulating the relationship between Queen and Prince Consort, from those early happy days to his tragic death. As you follow the princess, the doors draw shut behind you. Heart of Empire. He lies in the center of the structure, mounted on a marble altar, caught in a beam of light, resting on velvet cushions. While the ravages of his illness are quite obvious, he's so well preserved that you could almost think him alive. At which point he coughs. We have been in here before, so this isn't a horrible surprise. The Prince Consort lives. It is not a life any would wish for, but it is life. Watch a farewell. The princess has something to say, and you get to eavesdrop. Permission to consort. "Daddy," she says, rushing over, taking his unresponsive hand. "I just knew Mother wouldn't give you up to anyone, let alone death. I have such terrific news. I am to be married," she says. The princess leaves a moment for him to gasp. He's unconscious, so fails to oblige. It's a perfect match. You are aware of the devil who was once the many-mouthed, whose children are the cloister bees? It's him. It is a trifle complicated, I'll admit. We plan to maintain separate residences. He's trapped eternally down a well. I love him very much, almost as much as I love the status I'll achieve once we're wed. Do I have your permission?" A long pause is broken only by a parchment-dry cough as the prince consort stirs. The princess bounces, taking it as a yes. "Thank you, Daddy," she says. "Send my thoughts to Mother." She drops his hand and almost runs from the mausoleum. The incognito princess has told her father of her intention to marry. Has some extra experience, which means 45 fails. Alright, now we talk to the incognito princess. Ask the devil about the fact she's marrying... Ask the princess about the fact she's marrying a devil? Part of you doesn't want to know more. It's an easy part to ignore. True love, not a devil, my devil, says the incognito princess proudly, rubbing her toes on the dead rug of her old self. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor are trapped inside of bird cages made of bird bones, wailing at the news. We must proceed to the Well of the Wolf. Oh, which I do need to go there. That does remind me. I have bees to deliver. Bees! So we actually will be back up that route. Okay, fair enough. It's not a wolf down there. My beloved awaits. Soon we will be together. Well, not strictly speaking together. That would be disastrous. But at least married. The princess takes your hand and locks you in the eyes. It has been such fun to go on an adventure with a friend, she says. You'll give me away, of course. It isn't a question. The incognito princess needs to go to the Well of the Wolf to marry her beloved. Wonder how the fuck this is gonna go. Ugh. The answer is worrisomely. The answer is 100% worrisomely. But okay. We do know where to go. So, let us go there. Let's stop at London because we might actually be heading to Parliament afterwards. So it is up in the right direction. Gravestones! What knowledge do you partake, O gravestones? Sky story. Carved with curses. Tale of terror. Be ye also ready. Yeah, okay, fair enough. How'd you all catch me so well when I'm taking a drink of water? It's like they know. Well, too bad. You know, 50% chance, I'm not taking that risk. You know what? I have no attachment to their loot whatsoever. Goodbye. I just realized what I forgot to do. I have a delivery that I was supposed to make at the mausoleum. I have all these shiny gemstones for sale. To give me money. I really should do so. So, let's awkwardly trek our way back to the mausoleum. Whoops. Gentleman's grave. Any relationship to the cheery gentleman? Like Gervais's rest is kind of a reference to things. Yeah. Hard to say, really. The only gentleman present. I am back, Mausoleum. I forgot to sell some things. Yeah. Take all of these gemstones for 2,375 profits. Or rather, money. The direful Chamberlain takes your consignment with customary gloom. Serviceable. Which is, let's face it, all that can be really hoped for. High praise. A bonus 100 sovereigns and... deathless favor. And in trade... a tableau more. Sable the liveried footmen are cutting up vast rolls of midnight fabric for sale. These are the cast-offs from the Macro Counselor's latest tableau, rejected for being insufficiently direful. We'll invest into it. Partly because we actually could just do the work order. Have it in our deal. How much was the work order? 2 rolls. Okay. 2 of them. Okay, I probably should head to the Clockwork Sun first to do my delivery there. It's the most convenient route? Maybe? This way? Yeah, maybe. Through here, because everything else is gonna be shuffling me north. Including leaving. Including leaving, so, yeah. Off and off we go. When we stop, everybody knows it's at the sun. The sun. The sun, the sun, the sun. Is there a way through this way? We're about to find out. Hope I don't regret everything. Anything trying to kill me? That answer is certainly yes. But any walls I need to worry about is the bigger threat. Oh, that's a wall. That is 100-fold a wall. Let's not run into that. And yeah, okay, it's just a straight-on way through. Excellent. Much better than going through the Royal Society when I don't need to go through the Royal Society. More glass, courtesy of the sun. Hey, fuel! The workers abandoned this place in a hurry. So there's something to burn. Kinda got absorbed in the light of the sun. Load of toffee wrappers. Anyways, the sun. The sun. The sun. My eyes! They burn. Towards Azimuth. Complete your charitable assignment. For 500 sovereigns. Beautiful. Where next you need something. Is it Worldbury again? Yes, it is. It's Worldbury again. Their survey says... Yes. Yes. I'll pick up some more munitions. Sure, why not? Not like it could totally blow us up or anything. Ah, Alright, London bound once more. You get the fuck away from this. All of this. Just the sun. Big ol' bright specter of the sun. There's a gravestone thing off this way. a condemned experiment out of it. That's a solid find here. That is a very solid find. Cool. Super duper. Abada. Okay. I'll admit, I probably know why I'm feeling a bit tired this evening. Didn't actually get a reasonable nap in at any point. Which is tragic. Absolute tragedy. But so be it. Play it safe because this is a high traffic area. Then we will be heading up to the Well of the Wolf. And seeing what we've got ourselves into with the captivating princess, because I can't help but be worried. Reasonably concerned. Very, very, very reasonably concerned. He's a princess, after all. So there's 2 rules of this stuff, right? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is the proper one, hopefully. Literature for the Avid Horizon, we will not be heading that way. 5 consignments of wood, though, for Parliament. Yeah, we'll probably do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, I can equip that now. If I feel like I need to. $18, 9, 10, and 20. Only because we're about to take over the supplies literally as we leave. But it's fine. It's fine. It tastes like berry. Hello, throat. Would you like to feel better, please? That'd be great. Maybe I need to heat myself up some more cider. Might be just what I end up doing. Oil delivery. Initiative! He likes it. An extra bit of money. And they request more, but it's alright. Alright, I'll go to the Well of the Wolf, and then I might quickly heat up myself up some cider. But we'll do the princess first. Much as I regret it, we'll do the princess first. Like, as much as I'll regret everything. Well. Off we go. Into the smog and all of our regrets. all of them. Oh, wait. That's a good one. That's a good one. Hello, terror reduction. Let's try not to hit up at the coffins. You're a bit rude to, pay our respects and then just ram straight into them. That seemed a bit counterintuitive to the aim and purpose of matters, but it happens. There's something else down there, but I'm not going to concern myself with it. We also have bees to deliver here. The bees! And that's fine too. Hi. I'ma just be heading this way. You don't want to deal with this princess, trust me on that accord. Better off me just ignoring you. Which, loud noise is incoming, I apologize. The fact that this is one area that is not very sound balanced well, other than the bees. Bees are really loud too. Alright, give the abstemious devil her bee. She reaches eagerly for the cage. United. The bee is the size of a large terrier. It crawls happily into her arms. The abstemious devil strokes its thorax fondly. Then her jaw unhinges, wide as a dustbin. The bee's wings hum in anticipation. She stoops towards it. At the last moment she realizes you're watching and decorously turns her back. There are sounds of ingestion. The bee's song is audible throughout, although it grows muffled. When she has finished, the devil bows to you. Her throat still writhes as the bee gets comfortable. Then she turns towards her new cave, singing in buzzing plain song. Lost her bee and gained a Syrian enigma, and the abstemious devil has joined the choir congregation of the Well of the Wolf. Now we give the patchwork bee the patchwork devil her bee. It sings expectantly in its cage. The choir grows. You open the bee's cage. Thank you, the devil breathes. They are the last words she ever speaks. Her mouth opens extraordinarily wide. As it happened at the time to be positioned vertically in the middle of her face, her whole head splits open from top to bottom. The bee crawls frantically into the opening, down her throat, and nestles in her chest cavity. The devil's mouth returns to its usual size, then emits a single seraphic note. Before she returns to the cave that is her new home, she passes you her bag. Souls clink glassily within. 2 savage secrets, lost her bee, and 2 selections of immaculate souls. Approach the bandstand. Now here's the thing. We now have 2 different deals. Listen to the 3rd hymn, which, as their numbers grow, the congregation becomes capable of ever more sophisticated hymns. The winds rip at the devils. Their feet scuffle out sigils on the wooden boards. Listen to the 4th and final hymn. The choir has grown to attempt its most sacred hymn. The harmonies are labyrinthine, the steps convoluted. Today, the well's howl is frenzied. The Hymn of the Martyr. The hymn is an ending hymn. The many-mouthed was judged by the regents in gold and cast into the well. His voice... Oh, pardon me. His voices, all but the one he kept, were scattered to the hives. His followers, the horned and brazen, grieved, then raged, then rebelled. The chain was broken. The fate of the uprising is unstated, but the sigils are melancholy. There's reference to an exodus, to a time of serpents. Parabola. By the time the well is soothed, the devils are drained. They lean on each other as they stagger away. Has anyone else witnessed this, you wonder? They're holy of holies. Attend the happy occasion. The incognito princess is ready to be wed. She's the bride. She's ready. It'd be rude to keep her waiting. Once the ceremony begins, there's no turning back. Will you be a model guest? Or will you interfere? A memorable wedding. An audience of silent devils and singing bees watch the incognito princess approach the edge of the well. She says her vows with a feverish delight. I have learned of those who would prevent change and how to thwart them. I have learned of sorrow, and will have sorrow no more. I found the remains of my old self, and destroyed it to make way for the new. And most of all, I have the most fantastic ring. She leans over the well further. I will be your queen, she screams. Will you be my king? A distant and incomprehensible bellow bursts from below. The princess takes it as a yes, and glances at you meaningfully. Pass her the ring. It would be rude to do otherwise, and potentially fatal. Or throw the ring into the well. You'll have no part in this abomination, no matter the cost. Just pass her the ring. I do, segueing into screaming. She slides the ring onto her finger and says, I do. Then the princess slowly ceases to be. Her transfiguration into the Queen of Bees would be the sort of thing you'd recount grandly to your peers' applause and wonderment. If only you could speak of it without shrieking. If you persisted with the foolhardy attempt, it's possible that during your gasping sobs you may manage to share some of the awful details. It is unlikely anyone listening would thank you. The clearest moment in the kaleidoscope of memories is your own response to the impossibilities before you. What did you do? You observed closely. Perhaps you believed you could learn something. You exulted in her triumph. You were very proud of her. You cowered. Perhaps you thought the safest thing to do was to lie on the floor pretending to be dead. Observed closely. You looked as closely as you're able to bear, noting how the skin splits when the flesh becomes divine, and the divine becomes incomprehensible abomination. Perhaps that knowledge will be useful in your work? The perhaps was a small comfort when the vision finally overwhelmed you. When you recovered, the once princess, now queen, was gone, and only her empty skin remained. It followed you to your locomotive, beaming, ready to serve. The incognito princess married her beloved, the king of choirs, the devil trapped in the well of the wolf. What will you do with her skin? The incognito princess is left to your locomotive. You've acquired the shed skin of the incognito princess. You've gained 20 terror. Yay! You've gained 1 condemned experiment. You have seen and heard and perhaps done enough. It's time to go. Oh, I did not mean to click that again. Leave. We've done enough. No. No beeps. No beeping. Alright then. So now we apparently have the shed skin of the Incognito Princess. The slug skin of the Incognito Princess. It slithers around the locomotive, scaring the crew. You don't bloody say. The final suit. The princess's cabin remains a macro memorial of her departed majesty. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor, now freed from their cages, look with devotion at the skin that's slinking behind you. It would be an honor beyond all imagining to wear the skin of the divine princess, says the poetical suitor. No, argues the analytical suitor, I am the only logical choice. You must pick me, they say simultaneously, frenzied with need. Choose the poetical suitor. If it's passion you appreciate, he's the only choice. This will turn your shed skin into an officer. That raises your mirrors by 10, and your affiliation boheme by 2. Choose the analytical suitor. A logical mind may be safer with the skin, and she certainly has one. This will upgrade your shed skin into an officer that raises your mirrors by 10, and your affiliation academe by 2. Or, to store the skin, it's a living, slithering skin suit of a beguiling princess. No, absolutely not. I appreciate it analyzing things, I guess. Sure. The analytical skin suitor. Despite the wailing of the poetical suitor, you choose the analytical one. She takes the skin and the membrane moves to enclose her entire body, moving like a boa constrictor, tightening. There's a creaking of bone and a sound almost like a pestle and mortar grinding flesh. Despite this, it's hard to be sure whether the suitor's smile is a grimace or a grin. In moments, it is done. The exact image of the princess stands there. Exact, except bar a single detail. Instead of the most wondrous pair of eyes you had ever seen, out of the jagged holes of her face stared the panicked, delighted eyes of the suitor. The poetical suitor is bereft, withdrawing entirely from all contact. He leaves the locomotive at the next port without saying a word, clearly believing he has no future. When the analytical princess is informed of the news, they don't care. They care for little now, bar surfing and smiling. We've acquired the analytical princess, a talented engineer who chose to don the immortal shed skin of the incognito princess. The princess smiles and smiles. She's ever so willing to assist as your first officer. Converse with the analytical princess. Are they comfortable? Delighted? The analytical princess is delighted to assist. She's pleased to be able to support the smooth running of your locomotive, exactly where she wishes to be. The fixed smile does not waver. Not for one moment. Yeah. Job you done, terrifying story. Yep, for the first time for me, I have completed the princess's story and... You know, it's, It's about what I expected from something related with, the captivating princess. Not that it makes it any better to my poor mind, but, yeah. Yep. That is a thing. That is indeed a thing. Huh. Let's stick one here or here. Boop. Alright, that is. I mean, we'll be slowly working on all of them anyways. Yeah, yay, I did that. Oh, god damn it. You're not where you thought you were. Fuel and time, sure. Oh, good, I'm at 50 terror again. Yay! Let's get the fuck to Parliament. Guess it shows that. Alright, fair enough. That's a guessed one. Told you. Oh, piss off, gods. Piss off and mind your own damn business. Oh, that's close. God, why are those guest ships so goddamn fast? They are so fast. It's Hey, a marauder. There's a guest over there, just fair warning. I know you're trying to murder me, but fair warning. So long, sucker! Protest, good, I can enjoy some scones. It's seen better days, yes it has. Serve the protest, join the protest. Enter the House of Commons. Go to my ministerial department. And let's see about making a new law. I guess we're here anyways. Ah, flooded cellars, but of course. Current polls suggest indicate your bill has no support. %7 chance. Like, remember, it becomes harder and harder to pass the laws for each success you do. So, it's unfortunate, but well, I don't have. There's one check that isn't 100% on it. Oh, but look, they don't have to dig dirt on arrival, MP. I said I don't have to. More stirring speeches. It really is trying to bait me into that. It's fine, I can still make stirring speeches. Alright, 46% chance? It's not gonna succeed. I will do it anyways. Yeah, figured. Like I said, it gets harder and harder. Alright, let's sell my wood so I don't forget about it. Alright. And now, one moment, I'm gonna make myself some cider. Oh. Oh, boys. almost like talking doesn't help matters. Talking for extended period of time. Yeah, who would have thought? Doesn't matter, I've so much interrupted my stream enough as is, schedule-wise. I did very much want to continue streaming. So, stream some Sunless guys that just... It's fine, no, it's fine. 30 seconds and then we're good. There's one thing to be said for just having a mic. I can just keep on blabbering away. And having to rely on a headphone one. Oh, this probably sounds nicer. Yep. There we have it. The good stuff has been provided. What has not been provided is my terror. Princess gave us a lot of terror. And her parting gift was us going halfway insane. Yay! Wait. But oh well, that is another of our officer stories done. We just have a few more that we haven't touched upon. I mean, yes, indeed, it was terrifying. Oh my god. Oh, no, there it goes, turning into a ghost. Guess it's like this has to be evil. The answer is it was evil. Yes, it was indeed terrifying to inflict terror upon us. And why we weren't, and why I wasn't about to play around, fuck around and find out when it came to sabotaging anything. It's like, you know what, I value my, living. Alright, the Pauper's Graveyard was a good find. I'm sorry, Coffin, that I just yeeted into the abyss. My apologies. Ooh, that's really going out of the grave. No one saw nothing. No one saw nothing. Alright, get some buff up on my fuel here. Because I can. Just more seasoned hours. Not a huge concern on that matter. Alright, that should be all the fuel we could possibly desire. Get a very, very tiny bit of terror fallen. It's not much, but it's there. Can't get a poor report there, but we can just step down. Plenty of time to just go to the back streets and write up port reports. And back to my locomotive, and we should be good to go. We'll stop by New Winchester first to get ourselves just fully sorted out. And then... well, don't exactly have much going on. Okay, we probably want to stop by Magdalene's for a moment. Because it's in the vicinity. It'll be there, and then we can drop down. Gonna attempt our timey-wimey business. Mystery monitors just kind of flexing there. No fair play. You assert your dominance. Assert it. I drink cider. Yeah. Set myself to customs. Nothing to declare. Turn to engine, and as usual, first class, because that's what we deserve. Off we go. And off we are. Hello again, poor Prosper. I am back. Back in black. Perfect sound. Oh, they're having another party. Cool. Less terror. Woo. Means in theory, if that's set up, then this one has too. Excellent. Time to see and crucially be seen. Swirls of fabric flit down the boardwalks as their occupants strive to outdo each other in sumptuary splendor. Lord is out with Sir again. Yes, again. Two colonels are pointedly ignoring each other. The smell of buttered toffee barely disguises the scent of scandal. Your friends are more than happy to guide you towards the choicest tidbits. Enthusiastic peal of bells rings over the rooftops. The Albert clock is chiming the hour. Or saloon gossip. Alright. We have a date at Magdalene. dates, and it's not exactly the fancy date considering our date is with a clock. But it is a date! A date to correct the date. And all that that entails. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, they left munitions behind. It would leave perfectly good explosives behind. That is silly. Don't worry, explosives. You have a new home now. Your new home will be in my bank, in which I believe my bank holds all the concerns of the amount of explosives and other weird things I'm holding inside their vaults. But I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. Who doesn't want, as part of their business, the chance for it to randomly blow up because the captains are holding crates upon crates of munitions inside its confines? It's fine. Something here. Oh, hi, Dreadnought. Hi, Dreadnought, before you turn out to be a guesty thing or whatever. You have fun there, Dreadnought. Do your thing. Heading straight towards the wall. As no matters when I dodge the wrong way. Whoops. I saw it coming and I go, Boop. Boom. Keepsake market, what do you have? Otherworldly artifact, It'll be fine. Alright, report. Okay, we do want to investigate the clocks, but mirrors checks. The wrong thing there. Officers, mirrors. Mirrors. Tarts. Iron 6 mirrors. You'll do. And you already have one, mirrors. Alright then. Investigate the clocks. Clocks here all run slightly fast. And clients rarely notice, but over the course of a day it works out to an extra hour's break for their attendance. 73% chance. I mean, I'm probably gonna fail it, but... The Horological Office Pocket Watch affords you access to the port's primary clock, from which others in the area get their time. You unpack your tools to begin. Assorted screwdrivers, brushes, pliers, tweezers, small bottle of oil, a jeweler's loop. What did I fucking say? I have, like, the worst luck. I have the worst luck with these clock checks. It's like every single fucking time. Every single time. Like, oh, 73% chance. Fail. 70% chance. Fail. Yeah. It gets so annoying. So annoying. I just want to be a solid clock person. Why must you fail me constantly, game? Why must you fail me on all the clocks? I've had like one clock-related success. And then one promotion I wasn't able to fail because it was a set event going on. That's what you call drive-by mining. Alright, new winch. Alright, so which of our deals do we have going to the next area? No, 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 no. Yes. No. Yes. 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 No, no, yes. Nope, 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 nope. Alright then. That asteroid almost had me while I was just trying to take a good drink of my apple cider. It's like, I'm gonna just jump out and get them. Well, for once, Island, I actually pressed the right dodge key, which is a minor miracle of its own, but I did do it. Hello, new inches. Alright, yeah, my other one on my deal. That. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was just clicking out the journal. Why did it fire the gun? That's all I've got. Anyways, you go in there, you go in there, you go in there. Just jump stuff into the bank. Put there in case I have a place to put that on without a bank. Do a little bit of that. Anything story-wise to do here? Nope, we are full on crew. We're full on everything else. Alright. Let's go. And to be honest, see what requirements I need to actually get there. Cause I don't remember. I don't remember at all. One thing I can definitely say is, though, as far as to things I've done in this game already, compared to things that are new, the Blue Kingdom I've been in and done some things in on way in the past. But all in all, it's probably one of my least explored areas. Just 100% the least explored as far as stories and like that I've done anything in. So, yeah. We'll see how shit goes. Ba-da-da-da-da. Go round. And we shall go to where we started. It matters. Where the game started, we are here once more. This relay leads to the Blue Kingdom, one of the domains of the dead. It is little used. London only has a single faltering embassy there. Thanks to lack of traffic, many London officials consider this a cushy post. Those stationed here are in good favor with the department. Submit the paperwork for a travel permit. You'll need references of acceptable character. And of course there is a processing fee. Once you have a permit, you can travel between the Blue Kingdom and the Reach via the relay. Future captains in your lineage will inherit the permit. We need a ministry stamp permit and, 500 sovereigns. Good thing we have this. Scrutiny. The official considers you from behind his desk at the relay gate. A thoughtful nod. We must be cautious, for the Empire's safety. He appraises you. We need to be certain you're the right sort of captain. He picks up the coin purse you place on the counter and considers heft. Clearly, you are. He bears a tobacco-tinted smile as he prepares your permit. The paper is white as lamb's wool, and thick enough to make an undignified wobbling noise when he hands it over. Now have a Reach Blue Kingdom transit permit. Here are options. Travel to the Blue Kingdom first class. These artifacts might have originated in the Blue Kingdom. As part of its concord with London, the relay's officials are obliged to accept them for passage into the kingdom. Travel to the Blue Kingdom second class. You have enough hours for your journey, and a little extra for the station. Donation of hours should convince the officials to wave you through. 2 barrels of hours. Or travel to the Blue Kingdom unofficially. The official makes plain he won't let any Ronans through. It's more than his job is worth. Convincing him of your noble character will be expensive. 2 jumbles of undistinguished souls. Well, let's do first class. We have these. Away. The official will not touch the artifact himself. Horrible thing. He presses a button. An underling scurries in to take it away in a brass box. The relay machinery grinds and stirs. The steam vents. The sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine. And many-eyed burrow, yada yada yada. Face off, burrow below. I have cider. Well, a bit more cider. I'm almost out of it. I've almost drunk it all. But that's kind of the point of it. Drink it while it's still while it's still warm. I was about to say, well, it's nice and hot, but it's not nice and hot at the moment. New faucet available. Far traveled. Yeah, well, about that. Welcome, one and all, to the Blue Kingdom. The kingdom's only transit relay was built by London's embassy, then yielded to the local authorities. Now its rooms hang with silks of blue and gold. Pale petals carpet the floors. There's no need to pay for passage. Instead, the inhabitor of the threshold will determine whether you are permitted to leave. It is served by the spirits of jackals, which lounge lazily in the corridors until someone seeks passage. They close in, their faces hidden behind angular porcelain death masks. But after a cursory sniff, they return to their reverie. It seems, for the moment, that you are free to return to the Reach. And there is a modifier. You're free to leave the Reach, which is right here. Seek an audience with the inhibitor of the threshold. Walk deeper into the relay, passing between the jackals. As you do, they will close behind you, falling at your heels down a flight of gloomy stairs. If you have eaten petrichor, you must deal with the inhibitor before you can leave. So if there's one thing I did learn in the times that I have played, in the times where I have been in the Blue Kingdom, is, don't eat the food. Really, that's kind of where it boils down to. Don't eat the food. Once devils ruled here, now only bureaucracy. And here is Sky Barnet, the Toll Tower. The Toll Tower. A constant stream of dead spirits enters the Blue Kingdom through the base of the tower. Once there is a manned toll gate, but the fees have become more complicated, and the toll window is closed now. Don't feel too blue out here. Ah yes, don't feel too blue in, here. As we can see, and in a difference from all the other zones, Sky Barnet is your main predominant base. It is not in the center like the other areas. It is here, right at the edge, right next to the relay out. Not the only weird aspect of the Blue Kingdom, but definitely the first noticeable. So we have some prospects. Passing the time, hours to the White Well, an enterprising hawker has constructed a makeshift hour loom to make the wait to enter the stone-faced court seem less, or to prolong the time before spirits are pronounced dead if they wish to linger. He needs hours to feed it. 5 barrels of unseasoned hours should do it. The White Well, which is a place we do need to go to, is northwest of Sky Barnet. Accoutrements and adornments, gemstones for the White Well. One of the Graven, the skull-headed lawyers of the White Well, requests 5 casts of Navarantine gemstones be delivered there. His position was recently advanced, and the stones decorating his skull are no longer of a luster or quantity suitable to his rank. He intends to supplement them with his pick of the gems you deliver. The White Well is northwest of Sky Barnet. Fortunately, I don't think I have any gems sitting around. Nope. No, I do not. You'll notice something here, by the way. Yeah. Fuel. Petrichor. The food of the dead. It is pale as the ghost of a moon, sweeter than spun sugar, and crumbles in your mouth like plaster Paris. Can I even buy supplies here? That's something I've just realized, and now I worry. But, I'll keep things in mind. Anyways, the last Automano slope. Ambassador's sister is entrusted with the provisioning of armaments and equipment to visiting captains. There was, apparently, no one better suited to the task. Yeah, there's these other weapon deals. These ones require large, which is why I'm not able to buy Which is why I could buy that one, but I'm not going to because I only have a small and a medium. I mean, a large and a small. Tier support pillars. Adjustable infirmary. Comprehensive medical wing that, through an ingenious system of winches and pulleys, can be extended or retracted depending on the number of casualties and the number of fatalities. Armor, gates of ivory, which are which is a really good hold, but for something that we'll never be able to get. The Watchers in Azure. A lattice of bright, jeweled eyes pried from ruins in the Blue Kingdom. Mounted so that they stud your plating like stars gemming the firmament. They'll scrutinize anything nearby. A stone mouth conveniently mounted in your cabin reports their findings. 16 armor and a saying in a plating slot. There we go. So, here's how we shuffle things around. We will be losing 4 hold from this. However, because we won't need this as sane to maintain as sane, I can move my ratty baggage handlers. Where do you want it, Captain? Over by the ammunition? Terrible idea. Look, just give it here. Me and the lads will put it away properly. You just keep the cheese coming. We'll put that there, and get a net hold of 11 hold off of that. And we will then minus 4 of our hold from here, for what effectively becomes a net positive of 7 hold space. And 5 additional armor. While maintaining all 3. While maintaining a sane, mining, and butchery. Here's our setup. I don't know if things are gonna change out of this setup. So, here's our setup. The Devourer of Distance, the Ratronaut, the Pluto Miniature Law Furnace, the Watchers in Azure, the Wrath of Heaven, the Chemnus Yard's Black Jape, the Cantankerous Boring Rig, the Ratty Baggage Handlers, and the Cyrus Patinant Divider. And just zap those into the bank. All the cider. Pilgrim's Progress. They have a courser. They have a trader. They have an escort. They have the Moloch class liner, which is one of the big uns. Very, very much one of the big uns. You have less auxiliary slots by 1. This is the one where if you have the Moloch line is basically if you are one who uses a lot of captain's slots over auxiliary slots, which I don't know what you're doing with them, but if you are, then well, that can do you. Oh, and they have the Juggernaut. I remember my Juggernaut. It served me well for a while. To replace it with this one. Alright, so what can we do at the toll tower? Grand entrance. Entry hall runs through the tall tower, through gates that are never closed. The hall is full of passing spirits, few of them human. A masked warhorse, a masked dolphin, swimming easily in the ghost of an ocean. A creature with 10-foot wings, which would certainly be more frightening if it showed its true face. No one speaks, and there are no footfalls. Only a faint susurration, like the drift of leaves. Oh, pardon me. Get your bearings. There are stairs up and down, and less ordinary means of entry. A masked orangutan just descended a pole to the floor below. Up, down. Alongside the grand entrance is the marketplace of litigators, for all who need companionship and guidance in their encounter with the Blue Kingdom. Downstairs, prominent devils live, and in the upper floor of the toll tower is the embassy of Albion. So, our first stop wants to be here. The marketplace of litigators. Litigators and resident devils have set up their stalls among the crowd heading into the Blue Kingdom. Don't go alone. Hire a psychopomp, advises a banner in indigo lettering. A masked woman is negotiating at the first booth, offering 2 silver coins and a lock of hair. So we have our options. We'll want to start off first with just question a litigator about the Blue Kingdom. They offer preliminary consultations free of charge. It's very simple. You ought to be marked anti-deceased, explains the litigator bluntly. You know what that means, of course. Have a seat. Consultation is free of charge for the first 12 hours. Looking for anti-deceased status in the Blue Kingdom. Go to the White Well northwest of Sky Barnet to pursue anti-deceased status. Free consultation. A litigator's assistant has offered you a pillow on the stone floor and prepared you a cup of heated oxblood. In front of you is a wax tablet, which offers a menu of suitable questions, and which is entitled Liturgy of Consultation, Lesser Rite. What is ephemera status, and why are the ephemera so many? Those who have come to the Blue Kingdom in the proper way. The ephemera are the many, many dead who have come to the Blue Kingdom to enter by death's door. They are ephemera only until they pass through, and then... but is forbidden to speak of that higher mystery. The assistant interrupts the litigator explanation in order to ring a bell 3 times and to kiss a branch of antlers wreathed in honeysuckle. The ephemera are not entirely free of troubles, however. It may take time to proceed through death's door, and while they remain outside, they are harried by the gold Lagoi in order to inspire them to better and wiser behavior. So, welcome to one of the main principles of the Blue Kingdom. It's a judicial fucking hellhole. Welcome to a judicial hellhole. What is anti-deceased status, and where might one acquire it? Your proper place. The anti-deceased are those who, and here the assistant coughs significantly, come to the Blue Kingdom ahead of their time, when they have not yet passed away. The kingdom does permit to the anti-deceased a certain limited access to its functions, but one will always be something of a curiosity. The anti-deceased in the Blue Kingdom must watch out for the perfection, the blue logi who punish aberrations and violations of the normal order. What is yoked status, and why might one dread it? The status of servants. Yoked spirits are those bound to the service of the Blue Kingdom. They serve its the Gaia and its courts, and carry objects and convey souls. Those who are yoked must guard against the Red Thagoi, the propriety, who protect the kingdom from its own servants, and make sure that no one is overly seen or excessively heard. What is invisible status, and why is it the worst status of all? To be invisible is to have no status. Those who are invisible have not yet been processed by the Blue Kingdom. This is the worst of outcomes. Every one of the Thagoi is an enemy to the Invisibles. What are the Thagoi? And how do they punish those of unsuitable status? Greater and lesser wheels. Thagoi are words spoken by the Sapphired King. They are decrees. They are statements about how the world should be. They are giant wheels of spinning fire. Say hi to more animate fire. We've dealt with this shit before. Doing it again. May I take some notes? This consultation provides ample matter for a port report. You copy what you hear, but the liturgy is repetitious, and you're soon embellishing it with stories of invented shades and ruined monuments to past empires. And your report reports into the toll tower to earn rewards. Forge of Souls, that's right. So, back to the marketplace of litigators, here are our options. Hire a nameless spirit with a vision of the heavens. It carries a jar containing its voice. It wears a mask, and yet it seems familiar. The nameless spirits can assist with challenges of mirrors and hearts. Hire a cowed the creditor to in exchange for a volume of notes. Offers you as an assistant with non-satirical concerns. The cowed liquor can assist with challenges of hearts and veils. In a volume of notes from the cultural attaché at the Embassy of Albion. Or you can hire the same one with, in exchange for ministry-approved literature, offers you assistance with satirical concerns. Or hire an embittered devil. He has the face of an arsonist and the breadth of a blast furnace. Can assist with challenges of iron and mirrors, and needs souls. I'm going to hire the Nameless Spirit for Vision of the Heavens. A first payment gratefully received. The Nameless Spirit's voice creaks out of its jar. Thank you, it says. I have always been an explorer. It is a deep voice, deeper than one should be able to fit into a container sized for pickles. As if to acknowledge the incongruity, the Nameless Spirit winks at you. But you have the sense it is also searching for something in your face. It is not quite sure whether it has found the something. The Nameless Spirit will assist you for a month before further payment is required. So you hire them on, and you keep on having to hire them on. The Embassy of Albion. The top 3 floors of the tower belong to the Embassy of Albion. The visitor climbs 10 flights of amber stairs guarded by spirits and devils, and arrives in a modest-sized parlor decorated with a pink floral carpet and a painting of the Empress. The secretary of the embassy works in the neat half of the office. The disordered half is the domain of the cultural attaché. Seek an appointment with the ambassador, you'll have to convince the secretary that you have an appointment already. And deliver reports to the Blue Kingdom. Investing copies of the cultural attaché's work. 19 volumes published. He's working on the 20th now. Changes gratitude for a volume of notes on the Blue Kingdom, which can be used to hire certain assistants. I totally have an appointment. Totally. The ambassador is in. When you arrive, the ambassador is dressing a wound on her arm. My predecessor was afraid to leave the toll tower, she remarks as you come in. He hardly saw any of the Blue Kingdom. I'm determined not to duplicate his errors, but as you see, there are some costs to the more assertive approach. The cuts on her arms are clean and shallow. They look like characters in an unfamiliar alphabet. An encounter with the Logai, she says. And no, I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Sit. What do you want from me? The ambassador is a tall, silver-haired woman. She is draped in medals and commendations, but none of these are recent. Piled in front of the ambassador is a stack of demands, all marked urgent, pertaining to payments due soon, past due, and in their final notice period. Offer to help with her financial concerns. There might be value in putting the ambassador in your debt. Settling difficulties. There is, the ambassador admits, a small matter. The embassy's place in the toll tower is leased by permission of the Blue Kingdom. Observe the lease, she says, pushing a document across the table towards you. Says that we are entitled to remain here for 3 viewings of the sun. The devils take this to refer to days by the calendar, and they are having fees levied against us. But I argue that I haven't seen the judgment of the Blue Kingdom even once, so the lease is nowhere near complete. She watches expecting to see whether you still want to be involved. Involved in a rental dispute. Ask more questions of the Embassy of Albion. Ask where one might begin renegotiating the embassy's lease. She hasn't done it herself, but perhaps she knows where to start. The House of Days. The House of Days will have to give a ruling, the ambassador says. They do intake for humans at the Court of Apes. They've never allowed me further than that, but perhaps you will be more fortunate. To begin renegotiating the embassy's lease, you will need to visit the Court of Apes at the House of Days. Alright, and that's that. Also, before I forget, I need 5 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That there's no purchase supplies is awkward. The attaché's search for the lost love. The supercilious attaché is a very busy man, apparently. But when you mention the bleak industrialist's name, his secretary suddenly waves you through. You find the attaché hunched at his desk, halfway through a mackerel sandwich. The bureaucracy here is utterly intractable, he moans. I tried all the official channels, honestly. I filled forms until my hands bled. But they won't even tell me where she is. No use anyway. The dead can't go back. Ah, bureaucracy. They call it the Blue Kingdom. It might as well be called the Bureaucracy Kingdom. That's where you should start looking. You'll have to track her down the old-fashioned way. A Testament of Salt. A spirit is sent first to the White Well for judgment at the Stone-Faced Court, explains the attaché. If they're officially declared dead, they move on to death's door. From there, well, nobody knows. Something that may help your search if you insist on persisting. He retrieves a wax tablet from his drawer and pushes across the desk. Declares the bearer is officially dead. Everything here runs on spit and paperwork, you see. It's a lot of trouble to get hold of this, so tell the industrialist that my debt is paid. The The long passage, the jeweled judge at the White Well may be able to help you find the industrialist's love. You now have one testament of salt. Okay, then. I'll go a little bit longer. My throat's kind of feeling it, but I will go on for a little bit longer as best I can. I want to go to the White Well. I want to finish the feline eccentric if I can, at least. The White Well is where we're going to, so... Also need to go to the Forge of Souls as well, which we do not have a beat on at the moment. But for now, northwest. Northwest, just northwest. Which means, somewhere that way. So, let's go. And take our first exploration into the Blue Kingdom of bureaucratical nightmares. Okay, that is passage through. Welcome to our first introduction! This thing here I did not fucking remember, but... Oh god, there's another one. But it is trying to eat me. Hey, one of them killed themselves. I'm not dead. Stop trying to eat me. An Eater of the Dead defeated. A rancid horror with the elongated muzzle of a crocodile and the plumage of a peacock corpse conjoined by a knot of bloated hippopotamus with many, many mournful eyes. The bane of the trespasser and the devourer of the dead. The powers of the Blue Kingdom tolerate them because they thin out the ranks of the unwanted dead. Extract its meat, there's an abundance of flesh available. Search its maw, its jaw gapes exposing waterfalls of noxious drool. May have eaten something valuable, you'll have to climb in to find out. Ugh. And claim a trophy. There are very few living who say they've slain an Eater of the Dead. Give experience or reduce terror. Fortune check. What does extracting its meat do? Oh, gives us supplies. Okay, good. A grim harvest. With careful application of your cannery, you prize off the most succulent slabs of meat. Your crew shuttle them back to your engine. Now that the beast's bones are exposed, you can see that they are scored with correspondence. The sigils are fractured. Many of its still pulsing internal organs are twisted and deliquescent. This doesn't look like damage from your weapons. Was it made to be thus? Where they are answered. Where's that other one? There it is. I'll be extracting more of its meat because, as we've seen, supplies might be a tricky endeavor. Enter Evelyn's Wood, a garden where the dead are permitted to linger. It's a house of days where the Pancratins may be petitioned, rather. House of Days. The house is lit from nowhere in the color of dawn. Has no windows anywhere in its great facade, only colonnades and stone. Gives the impression of having been extended again and again, portions of the building at different heights with different roofs. Let's not worry about this at the moment. But good to know that it's right there. Good to know indeed. I think I have to go up to get more northwest. That's what I have a feeling of at the moment. So yeah, as I mentioned, this Blue Kingdom is ruled by the Sapphired King. Fitting, really. And that's a Sphere for Engine, pursued by all the evil. Yet you're shooting me, you dick. Don't know where the other one went, but I'm not arguing. Right now for the Sphere for Engine. Oh, there is no canning option on this one. Experience or reduced terror? Success is experience. Little night work. Your crew are very taken with the idea, until it comes to the practicalities. Inevitably, you find yourself out alone on the oozing back of the beast, bones on hand. Where to begin? A jagged yellow-black fang? An eye, opal-black and sad as a child? Or a clutch of feathers, luminous and bright? You return to the engine to a chorus of cheers, a brace of bloody trophies in your hand. As you can see, Sphere for Engines, they are armed to the fucking teeth. And I just took a lot of fucking damage because of silliness. A Sphere for Engine stopped. Spearforage, or the trade in souls, is ceaselessly prohibited in the Blue Kingdom. Nevertheless, Spearfurs flock here, drawn by the quality and abundance of souls available in the kingdom. They will take lost spirits they can lead astray, or ransack the soul troves locked in unplundered vaults. The engine is covered in gaudy pennants, brass gongs, and copper bells, in a poorly grasped imitation of funeral customs intended to hoodwink kingdom officials. Can invite the survivors to join your crew. Light moves at a window on the wreckage. Some still live despite your barrage, or loot the engine's plundered hull. Must rattle with the stolen souls. A return thwarted. Captain's cabin is poorly hidden behind an array of funerary hangings. Perhaps they hope to fool any officials that the engine might have encountered. Inside, you discover that he is partway through charting a course back to the transit relay. In his logs, the captain expresses disappointment with his hull. Looking at it, you can't help but agree. Yeah, Blue Kingdom's dangerous, without a doubt. It is very much the most difficult, I feel, of the 4 zones. Which is why I put it off for as long as I could. Ow, the pain. Ow, the pain. It is also very, corridory. Fine, we will try to search for what we are looking for. Well, there you go. Thank you, Ratchonaut. You have done a fine service of finding exactly what I'm probably looking for. Just space teapots. And on you, space teapots. And on you. No, that sounded something like game. Nope, that was the rat nut. Which is honestly the first time I'm doing. Walk through the shallow valley of death. So, there's Legoris over there. Ah, fuck me. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. Mingle your choirs, motherfucker. God say, not the biggest fan of the Blue Kingdom, to be honest. Not the biggest of fans. Please don't explode me. Please don't explode me. Okay. And, alright, Logos, diminished. A wheel of living flame, a commandment of the westernmost king's highest law, an utterance of fire and glory. This Logos was one of the visitation, who delivered trials upon the dead pilgrims of the Ephrema caste. It is not dead, only diminished. It will rekindle in time, at which point it would be advisable to be far away. Flame cooling embers uses living flame to invigorate your engines. We've had enough of living flames in our engines. The design of Logai is so cool, though. Wish they were a bit stronger, though. They do have a neat design, and they are an interesting premise, yes. Just, dear gods, there's a lot to deal with in this zone as far as combat stuff goes. It's a clusterfuck of everything. Also, hello, Dorichi. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm just gonna celebrate my victory. You triumphed over Prince of Heaven. Reduce my terror, please. Victory, cry victory. A stoker beans out his fiddle. A signaler her flute. The galley is raided. The bridge becomes an East End pub for an evening, and several of your crew get blind drunk. Laughter is queasy with the dissipation of terror. Where are all the other fuckers I was fighting? You one of them? You're the spear for I was fighting? Either way, you're in my way. Boom. Alright. Alright. No, don't care about that. What's around with some gold stored in lead? After a thorough and rapturous search of the engine, you unearth a concealed chamber in the hold. Inside, a battered and unpromising-looking trunk. Have they already sold their cargo? Opening the trunk, you find a collection of London-made jars, cheaply manufactured, but housing a collection of unparalleled souls. You collect up the souls and depart the engine. Ooh. Nice. Oh, it's fine, mate. Nope. Give it all the nope that I can and desire. Good. Maybe not the good amount of flame being tossed at us, but good that we got a good hit. Okay. A red logos diminished. This one was the Order of Propriety. The Priority regulates the officials of the eternal bureaucracy. They visit judgment upon any dead of the yoked caste, the lowliest of the kingdom's servitors, who permit themselves to be seen or heard, or who abandon their duties. Not dead, only diminished. Or victory celebration. So yeah, we have no official status in the Blue Kingdom at the moment, which is why fucking everything is attacking us as far as those logos are concerned. Those logi. Narrow road, so thick beset. Get more raised to their projectile damage. Fair enough. I'm fine to not have to deal with the worst, but that's fair. Temperature drops. Skyward Urchin does an extra oversized coat. I think this is... Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Say hello to the White Well. Wellmouth. White Well, where the guilty are condemned. A smattering of dark cottages at the White Well's edge. It is surrounded by endless rows of tumbled and broken statues, mere specks against the snow. Howling winds erupt from the frozen abyss, rattling roofs and chasing snow over mist-shrouded streets. Most of the silhouettes in the snow are statues, cracked and mutilated by age. A few are not statues, but gaunt women in mourning veils, who skitter suddenly into motion as you come near, and fall into silent line behind you. At the center of the village is a squat, black cottage. Its walls throb. Take Asmodee, the feline eccentric's angry ginger Tom, to the edge of the well. There you can hear the furious shrieks of the failed dead trying to crawl out, and another, deeper fury, one ancient and without end, skittering and numberless. The Beast of the Pit. As you emerge from your engine and cross the ice, the feline eccentric looks across the well at the stern silhouette of the stone-faced court. She lowers her gaze as if the sight of it pains her. "Hurry," she says, her voice tight. Asmodee pads to the lip of the well and peers curiously down into the dark. His ragged ears twitch at the shrieks from below. He settles down. His eyes are wide and round. His tail twitches. The eccentric touches your arm. You leave. Asmodee pays you no heed. This is where he was meant to be. Ah, shit. Alright, I need my train in a little bit better shape to talk to her again, so alas. Except the White Whale, I don't like much of the external visuals in the Blue Kingdom, but stories and vibe are... Yeah, I can get that. In a lot of places, the Blue Kingdom feels very... samey-ish. Without a doubt. But the White Well is really cool looking. The stories... Pardon me, I apologize. The stories at the Blue Kingdom are honestly the things I never really delved into the most, because when I first initially played, because it was kind of where I was reaching a weird point with the game, and I was kind of a little bit flustered with how to make the Blue Kingdom work. But I intend to fix that while playing it on stream and try to delve into as much as I can. With one notable section that I might be bringing up very soon of fuck no, never. I think it's here. Speak to the widows. These cadaverous figures are known as the widows at the well. Their role is to inter the failed dead. Whispers among the widows. You attracted a half-circle of veiled observers by now. They respond to your questions with whispers and hiss among themselves. "You're in the wrong place," says one of them finally, stepping a little too close. She points to where the lights of twinkle on the other side of the well. Stone-faced court is there. "Grandmother will know you're here by now," says another widows. "Tend to stay, you must meet with her. Else, fly away at once." Take out the matronly relics approval. She squats in a black cottage at the village's heart. Its walls bulge and pulsate oddly. Matronly relict. Relict is an old woman of colossal stature. As tall and broad as a wagon, her face such as massive wrinkles that her features are almost entirely lost. She shuffles aside and gestures silently to an armchair beside a roaring fire. You ignore the insistent scratching coming from inside the walls, and you enter her parlor. The relic collapses into an armchair opposite you, taking up her needles. They click and clatter, knitting together black threads that outstretch from the walls and ceiling and floor. One of the widows pours you a warmish tea, then kneels at the relic's side with her head bowed. Certain actions in Wellmouth are only available to characters with the anti-decease status. It's just a positive promise. The twin scorned priest and his flock have traveled a long, long way from New Winchester. Your crew can't wait to be rid of them. Thy mercy is good, deliver me. The promise emerged from your train, pulling coats tight against the wind. They form a bleak, snow-battered huddle. A few hurry to fetch the wood and tools they brought. Soon they've laid the foundations for a church. We can manage our own affairs for a while, the twice-scorned priest tells you. His nose and ears are already bitter red from the cold. Take these maps, we don't need them anymore. The church should be finished in 2 weeks. Visit us then. As you leave, you notice a line of windows assembles in the distance, watching wordlessly. Yeah, cool. Watch the widows inter one of the failed dead. A steady supply of immortals and quasi-immortals trickles from the stone-faced court. One is being dragged towards the edge now. The end of an immortal. The failed dead is a cadaverous figure in a three-piece suit, his skin tattooed with phrases in Sanskrit. The widows are dragging him to the edge of the will atop a rickety cart. Though shackled in heavy iron, he thrashes and writhes like a snake on hot coals. I can give you power, he shouts, voice carrying even above the wind. The widow's wagon nears the edge. Wealth, secrets, feasts, favors. Lived 1,000 years. I am owed debts by gods. What do you want? The widows titter beneath their veils and tip him unceremoniously into the abyss. So I don't know if it's here. I have heard about this storyline, and I know it starts somewhere in here. But I'll just say it right now, because I was saying there's one noticeable exception that I might not do story-wise here in the Blue Kingdom. And frankly, to those who have watched me before will not be surprised when I mention this, basically, there is a questline somewhere here that involves spiders. That's right, our lovely sorrow spider friends return. The eyeball ones. Suffice to say, I want nothing to do with those goddamn abominations, and I'm sure as hell not gonna spread them across the high heavens, because fuck spiders. So, just clarifying that right now. If I haven't accidentally run into it or anything, hells no, I'm not doing it. Fuck no. You'll need to go somewhere else if you want to see anything to do with that nonsense. But for me, no thank you on the 8-legged freaks. Ugh. Spiders, yay, spiders. Like I said, I want nothing to do with them. Nothing at all. They are horrifying, horrifying things. It's like, Fail Better managed to take, yes, spiders, people fear spiders. Let's make them worse. Let's make them take your eyeballs and use your eyeballs to perpetrate more of their kind. Perfect! Ugh. No thank you! Let's sell some hours. Marvelous! The hawker rolls the barrels under his rattling, clinking hour loom. Business is brisk. Many shades, it seems, want to make their final journeys pass more quickly, or crave a few more moments more to indulge their last regrets. The hawker rewards your efficiency with a generous tip. Ooh, immaculate souls. A gloomy spirit sells folds of black cloth. These are the robes customarily worn by shades of the invisible class, and are wrought of light-drinking bambusine to prevent them from offending the eye of their king. What became of the specific shades who wore these robes? The vendor will not say. We'll buy them. Fuel. Petrichor. Something I'm gonna have to keep a fair eye on out here, because I'm now sort of remembering it. Yeah, supplies. Market for the cast-offs of the prisoners held in the well. The graven who run the stalls regards you with alternately bafflement and contempt. The stone-faced court. Half ziggurat, half fortress. The court is where spirits go to face judgment before they meet their end. A meek little city has sprung up around it almost by default. Erd, a quietly frostbitten city that clings like a scab to the white well. Masted wander its ice-sheathed streets, going wherever dead people go. A statue crumbles on every corner, subjugating passerbys to forbidding stone glares. At Erd's center looms the stone-faced court, where the dead are judged. A ziggurat wide as a mountain, as tall as a stack of castles. Erd's population are mostly waiting for permission to enter. Seek entry to the stone-faced court. A queue of thousands of masked spirits stretches out from the gates and winds up and down a dozen streets, through buildings and over rooftops. Mingle in the crowds approaching the staircase, there are endless numbers of them. Locked when Blue Kingdom status is invisible, and by not having permission to enter the stone-faced court. You need 1,363 at most. Skipping the line. Most of the population of Erd, it seems, are holding a place in the tangled queue. You see spirits departing and rejoining, silently tapping each other in and out. No one pushes, no one cuts in. An unfathomable etiquette is at work. As the spirit near the front how long they've been waiting, they just shrug. A bit of a wait. Woman sits in a booth beside the gates. At least you think she's a woman. The flesh above her collarbone has been carefully trimmed away, leaving a picked clean and perfectly bald skull with gemstones in its sockets. She grins more fixedly than one might expect, even from a skull. It's a bit of a wait, dear, says the unreasonably chirpy administrator. Made a testimony of roses. Filling out some paperwork and providing insurmountable proof of your soul's good character, you can skip to the front of the queue. Offer a tithe of Navartine gemstones. 3 cast of Navartine gemstones. Not here to petition, but as a guest. As a guest, you can skip the queue. If you brought a gift. Or ask your litigator to intercede on your behalf. Your champion glides forward, smoothing, flattering, placating. Litigator's intervention. The nameless spirit leans forward and whispers something in the vague area where the administrator's ear should be. She nods and waves you through without a word. Your entry permission lasts 1 month only, says the administrator, stamping a certificate and handing it to you. Hey! And that's one of those good reasons to have a litigator on your behalf. Because this is bureaucracy, the zone. Permission to enter the stone-faced court is valid for 30 days after it is issued. You are not yoked. Entry pass from the minister in order to skip the queue. Well, guess what? Dutiful chaperone. So you step inside the court, you are immediately accosted by another skull-headed gentleman, though his ivory is noticeably more worse for wear than the administrator's. Yellowing, cracked, pitted with craters. The curious official glances irritably at its clipboard. An invisible, perfect, wonderful, an administrative nightmare was exactly what I needed at this juncture. In fact, he looks you over. Ugh. Well, follow me, I suppose. I'm your guide. Welcome to the court, etc. Follow the curious official. Spirits are obliged to pretend that they can't see you, which could make for some excellent pranks if that were permitted. Which it is not. See, that's our issue at the moment here in the Blue Kingdom. We are invisible status. We have not been processed in any accord to the bureaucracy of the kingdom. We're trying to fix that now. Unremitting stone. Your footsteps ring out as you walk through the labyrinthine corridors of the stone-faced court. The bleak stone catches the echo and magnifies it 100-fold. Delightful, aren't they? Mutters the official as you walk past a row of misshapen gargoyles. The court is vast and cold and almost entirely empty, unless you count the statues. Everywhere you look, there are statues in varying states of decay. Trials take place in a grand chamber at the court's heart, dominated by a colossal basalt statue of a sphinx. Also, if you'll see to your left of what's just appeared, here's the visuals to what was being described before. Yeah. Missing some flesh from the neck upwards. Yeah. Welcome to the Kingdom of the Dead. Judges are distinguished, and not just by their horned crowns, but by the hoard of gemstones embedded in their skulls. Quite gorgeous, actually. I mean, it is very shiny with a lot of gemstones on them. As you enter, the jeweled judge is deliberating atop her throne. A masked spirit stands in the docks before her, placidly awaiting its fate. Dead, mutters the official behind you. Dead, dead, dead. She's going to say dead. Look, it's obviously dead. Nothing to see here, just dead. Hurry up. Dead. Dead, pronounces the judge finally. Right at port reports. Ah, there's our port report. What is there to say about the city outside? The dead wait, the snow falls, the days pass. The court is where things happen. A court report. That just clicked with me. Oh, a court report. For your port report. Yeah, but... You sit down with one of the gray-headed Graven and ask her what she's heard about recent developments at the court. 2 hours and 3 of your notebooks later, she's still talking about the recent doomed efforts at bureaucratic reform, which have inevitably made everything more complicated. Several put-upon mid-level administrators have cracked under the strain, regrown their faces, and fled the White Well to try to enjoy life. She whispers the latter with a note of genuine bafflement. Alright, so we have other deals. We could ask the judge about the Industrial's lost love. You gave her all the details the Industrial told you. Not too many deals, unfortunately. It pained him to relay them. I don't think I want to do that quite yet. I want to not be invisible. Watch the Trials of the Dead. Surely an interesting case will come along. Any moment now. Ask the official to formally declare you anti-deceased. You are currently invisible, but would prefer to be seen. If successful, this will change your status to anti-deceased, confirming to the Blue Kingdom that you are lamentably alive. Buy your crew a few rounds at the tavern. The Stone-Faced Court boasts several breweries and provides a daily ration of beer for all the Greven within its walls. To reduce terror for just indistinguished souls. Turn to the sea outside. Submit your own soul for judgment. The judge is unfathomably busy, but there are a few spots left unadorned on her sparkling skull. The judge will measure the quality of your soul, the power of your ideas, the texture of your terror. If you are judged worthy, you will receive a testament of roses, but it will cost you a moment of inspiration. No clue what that's about. For now, we just want to try not to be invisible. A change in status. The official sighs and pinches the spot where the bridge of his nose used to be. Oh, it's me, isn't it? Well, I suppose it'll cause less trouble for us both in the long run. A status more befitting. Before I can declare you anti-deceased, I must be satisfied you're committed to being dead one day, says the official. No dabbling in immortality, no living life to the fullest. You're just a shell of meat and juice, impatiently awaiting its end. The traditional way to do this is to stage yourself a premature funeral, a public display of mortality. Then there's just some paperwork and you're officially living for death. Stage a pauper's funeral. You don't want anything fancy. Just a box and a shovel and 6 feet of mud. Invite mourners to your funeral. You're not fussy as long as they can turn on the waterworks at the appropriate moments. The quitter can assist you here. Force your crew to play the role of mourners. Unfortunately, they'll have to believe you're really dead. This won't be good for their peace of mind. Oh, gods. Spend lavishly on flowers and fireworks. The official names a price. He'll take care of it, he assures you. A particularly heartfelt eulogy. Unusual for a eulogy to be delivered by its own subject, perhaps, but at least you can throw in some good antidotes. On second thoughts, it can be useful to slip between the cracks. Treat yourself to an ostentatious funeral. Now this is the death. We have a lot of sky stories. Heartfelt eulogy. A suitable tribute. You sit down and compose what turns out to be a particularly stirring eulogy, if you say so yourself. Shame you won't be around to do this for the real thing. Could try to invite mourners to my funeral. Hey! Press gained well-wishers. You have to trawl the back streets of Erd, but you manage to corral a dozen confused spirits and one toothless graven who has apparently had too much to drink. It's not much, but it's the best you can hope for. Spend lavishly on flowers and fireworks. You know what? Sure, let's go the full mile. Let's have some fucking flowers and fireworks for our funeral. Sure. Honored sovereigns, why not? Extensive expenditure. The official counts your coins carefully, then flings them from the nearest window. He catches your expression. Your money is useless here, he says defensively. Important thing is that it matters to you. Now that I know you've spent what seems like a vaguely appropriate amount, I can organize some suitable decorations on your behalf. And now let us treat yourself to an ostentatious funeral. Now this This is the death. This will begin your funeral. A funeral to remember. The procession marches through Erd. Fireworks crackle overhead. Wreaths of flowers line the streets. The sheer spectacle is enough to attract a larger audience than expected. You sit up in your coffin, waving to your adoring mourners. Finally, you arrive at your grave. The curious official delivers last rites in a bored monotone. As you are lowered, waving into the ground, you don't lie down until the first shovel of soil hits you in the face. After a few anxious subterranean minutes, the curious official digs you up and hands you a bundle of documents to sign. Very moving, I thought, he says, wiping an imaginary tear from his eye socket. You'll make a fine corpse someday. For anti-deceased status in the Blue Kingdom, you received anti-deceased status of the White Well. You're one of the anti-deceased. We are no longer invisible, which means we'll still be attacked by one sort of Agori, but the other two won't. So we won't be attacked by everything, at least. Pardon me. That's the judge about the industrialist's lost love. Ooh. Appears that you have 72 more spirits to process before the end of the hour, if I can hope to meet today's quota, she says. I can have time to pour over the records of all the spirits you passed through here, and were declared dead. Skeptical air. Indulgence on a formidable favor. Cask of Naventine gemstones. Do I need to make this check, or can I go back to this? If I can't go back to this, I'll need to make the check and pray, but if I can just try again, then I wouldn't object to backing out and, you know, maybe finding some gemstones or like. Time to see, time to see, time to be sure indeed. Because fuck if I know. Chances are good though. They're all right. Which is honestly shocking considering, yeah. My hearts is actually my highest stat, which says something about that check. Yeah, 65% chance. You say the chances are good, though, and technically it is in favor. It's, I mean, I'll try it. It's just, there will definitely be a case of, when it admittedly fails, don't be surprised, because I've had troubles making 70-odd% checks in this game. Persuader of your task's importance. Somehow, despite the fact that her face is gem-studded skull, she manages to protect the decidedly skeptical air. No dice, I can't help you, she says. I'm sorry, that's the end of it. See? 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 I know where I fucking stand at failing. Oh, so I'm gonna need to find gemstones for suitable bribe. I will need to do that. I'll watch the trials of the dead. The trials continue. The routine is the same. The judge will bow deeply to the Sphinx statue behind her throne and beseech the watcher to lend her wisdom. The spirit will be brought forth and measured and prodded and weighed. The judge will declare dead. Eventually, spirit is ushered forth whose case has unique complications. Spirit under trial is a woman who committed horrific crimes in life. The jeweled judge is sparing with the details, but the crimes seem to be particularly ambitious, mass-scale atrocities. The watcher has seen fit to declare you deferred by reason of severe malefication, says the judge sternly. Not declare you dead until you have traveled the skies, successfully receiving forgiveness from 10,000 people to whom you have relayed your crimes in full. For this purpose alone, I lift the restrictions on your speech. 10,000? The deferred spirit panics and runs blindly from the dock, charging straight into you. You! Will you forgive me? Refuse to forgive her. Her crimes were abominable. Her road should not be easy. Forgive the deferred. She will still have 9,999 forgiveness to earn, after all. Black Terror and a Savage Secret. Forgiveness. Thank you, stranger. The deferred grabs hold of your sleeve, her voice oily and sinuous. But you heard the judge. First, you must hear my crimes in full detail. And there's so much detail I can give. The names, the deeds, the colors, the screams. Alright, so we need gemstones at some point. You're not yoked. Thank goodness for that. You only sell those. Alright, so we have done or now from what we can do there. Gonna kind of trek back this way. Back towards the House of Days. Because now I officially have status in the Blue Kingdom. And having status in the Blue Kingdom is a useful deal in actually interacting with the bureaucracy. Hi, over there. Think I don't fucking see you going away? Nevermore. Alright, good. That's a good hit. That thing is stuck in the scenery, I notice. Not that I'm about to argue. Good hit on you. Good backtrack on your part. Boom, there we go. Yay, interacting with bureaucracy. Exactly! What you always go into games for, to be mired in bureaucracy hell. Yay! Bronzewood. Yeah, Bronzewood. 3 bronzewood. On riding with Fens, fashion of it. Now about you who's stuck in the scenery. Let me help you with that. Here, you're stuck in the interactable. Let me provide. Not that I don't even think I can get to its loot, but Enclave of the Dead. Enclave of the Dead. These shades, some once human, some not, all masked and quiet, are performing the observances they hope will secure their passage through death's door. They pray around a pattern of stones arrayed in complex circles. Occasionally one of them stands and moves the stone, provoking a fierce but silent and gesticulatory argument. When you approach, they stop. The laws of guest rights require that they offer you respite. Through their hospitality with your crew, the crew are wary, but your hosts insistently press bowls of pale food into your hands. Depart quietly. Leave the dead to their affairs. Away. You climb back into your engine and steam away. The shades watch you from behind their solemn mask. Oh, cool. I can loot it. Into reduced terror. Experience. Oh, please be actual supplies. Munitions! Okay. Gain hole. Damn right I'll gain hole. And go along the walls in case there's any triggered. Being which, I should improve some things. Let's see here. I have 8,000. So let's see here with mirrors. And a little bit more iron. Okay, well, you do your thing, Cantankerai. I very much forgotten that Cantankerai are in this, I was like, wait a second. There's no escaping the grumpy stonefish. They are inevitable. Waiting, watching, plotting. I am exploring, although that just probably leads back up that way, so... Yeah, that must bridge to there. Okay, fair enough. Just speed on a little bit. Because I know the path back to the House of Days. Oh, No, it just died. Okay, that works. Yay, supplies! We need whatever supplies we can get, because I don't want to resort to ghost food. Why is it this I keep on keep on succeeding on? And yes, experience is nice, but I really would actually like terror reduction. I'm pretty sure it's what you get off the failure, which is what I'm not getting. Because of course. A bull can't tanker I vanished. That's alright, I suppose. I need the House of Apes. If I can even do anything here yet. Ooh, that terror reduction. Into Chamber of the Pansanctuarized. One may see the Pantankerized. Panscrits. Panscritus. I don't know. I don't know how to pronounce this right. Bear with me. One may see the Panscritus at any time. He appears as a sigil flame at the heart of the House of Days. Same sigils reflected in the polished stone. Written at the head of the page, in every appointment book of the house. It is spoken as greeting and parting by the servants of the house. Notice by the Panscritus, however, requires effort and prior arrangement. Listen to rumors about the Panscritus. Each time you hear the name, it conveys new meaning to you. Walk boldly into the premise. This is dangerous. It avoids certain liturgies and rituals. Following protocols would be safer. Failing here will strip you of your status in the Blue Kingdom. Probably don't want to do that. Claim your right to an audience. This will bring you before the Pancreas, following the established protocols. Your liver will be required as a deposit. You will get it back later. Oh. Have your litigator argue about your right to enter. Your litigator can help you gain access to Pancreas at a reduced cost, and with your liver. Oh boy, having my liver. I'll listen to rumors about them, at least. Echo on echo. The Pancreas is a logos. A word that has been spoken by the westernmost king, and has echoed ever since. Depending on your translator, the Panscritus meaning may be rendered as any of these phrases. Eternal dominion. Everything in its place. No drop-in meetings permitted. Oh boy, I like that last one. The sigil is painted in nectar on the ceiling of the court of hummingbirds, for the better understanding of the winged spirits. In the court of whales, it is expressed in bass song. In the court of bloodhounds, it is translated, almost accurately, as a scent of vetiver and sandalwood. The porch of the House of Days. House of Days is a palace so large that it is hard to see both ends of the facade. The staircase up is many stories tall and ballrooms wide. There's only one door. Spirits go in briskly, but those who come out are slower, not always sure where to go next. A masked rubbery spirit sits on the steps, holding an application tablet smeared in yellowish fluid. Application denied. No right of appeal. Attempt the doorway. You have the sass to enter, but you have not been to the House of Days before, and there are rituals to perform. Lurk near the entrance, perhaps someone will tell you what lies inside. Mingle in the crowds approaching the staircase. There are creatures and spirits without number. As you walk down a crowded thoroughfare, you notice the masked spirits shuffling to one side and dropping reverently to their knees. Some are raising unlit candles, some have retrieved broken hourglasses from their robes. Others are scrawling complex symbols on the floor in chalk. The cause of the commotion appears at first glance to be just another spirit in a porcelain mask. Taller than the others, his stride more sure. Luminous energies swirl at its feet. You walking eyes over, you're a visitor and they can expect you to know the appropriate rituals, right? Attempt to mimic the surrounding spirits of they're holding up trinkets and scrawling symbols and making complex gestures, almost too fast for the eye to follow. Or look to the nameless spirit for guidance. Should you be kneeling as well? Appeal to my litigator. Appropriate etiquette. As servitor of the Blue Kingdom, murmurs the nameless spirit, gently pushing you to your knees and handing you a stick of chalk. One of the Sapphire King's most trustworthy servants, only a step below the Logoi. There are many possible obeisances, but the simplest is to scrawl your name in the gutter and sweep it out as it walks past. You do as instructed. The servitor doesn't so much as glance your way. In moments, it turns the corner and is gone. All around you, spirits clamber to their feet and resume their business. Good old litigator. Lurk near the entrance, perhaps someone will tell you what lies inside. Rumors gathered. Once upon a time, the House of Days was only one court, with a Pancritus inside. They built new courts each time a new need was found. Now, several floors of the House of Days are too low-ceilinged for a human to enter, and others are scaled for giants. 2 sections of the house are underwater, and one burns without respite, catering to the spirits of those born in volcanoes. These surface differences do not signify. Every court is essentially alike. A place to wait, a place to fill forms, a collection of weighing and measuring devices, a window with a secretary. Tempt the doorway. Oh, might as well at this point. Acknowledge. You must be clean in purpose and in body, and to this end you are washed with vinegar and scrubbed with salt. Then you are given 3 poems in honor of the Sapphire King, which you must read aloud, in chorus with the others entering the house just now. Not as bad as my litigator made me think, remarks the cheerful shade beside you. But that is before the ceremony of inhalation. You are tested with the odor of the rotting dead, and you only just escape being most improperly ill. After all this, the attendants direct you towards the Court of Apes. This is where you belong. A man in military trousers reads a newspaper. A masked gorilla holds a sheaf of documents written on banana leaf. On the wall is a sign that says, "Everything in its place." When you read it a second time, it says, "The Q form's to the right." This is where you belong. Lurk near the Court of Apes, you may wish to observe its protocols. Those going in. The court attends to apes and monkeys, to humans, and to certain orders that appear similar to humans. Issues testaments of the feather, when the attendants think another court should listen to someone's rightful claim. And they say that lightless souls can be cured here, though at a significant price. As you watch, a yoked shade carries in a basket of figs. Achieve a testament of the feather. A matter of convincing the tenants of the court that your case deserves to be heard by another. Testament feather can be used to gain access to various officials elsewhere in the Blue Kingdom. Go to benefactor, into deceased, undergo the removal of your likeness soul flaw. The spirits of the Court of Apes offers you this gift, their appetite. This will remove your flaw likeness at the permanent cost of 1 mirrors. Ooh. Rental dispute. Begin renegotiating the embassy's lease. Take a number. Wait on a cushion until the number is called. Your soul has the clear flaw. You're not one of the invisibles. You are number 2047. You sit. You lose feelings in your legs. Sometimes you see another ape rise from its place. Shakes hands with the ape to its left and the ape to its right. Grave courtesy from gorilla to chimp, from chimp to woman, from woman to gibbon. At last, ape 2047 may approach the window. But no sooner do you get there than the attendant clicks angrily. No boons, favors, requests, or solicitations are honored from persons with a clear soul, it snaps, as though you ought to know this already. Go to the Mayflies first. A visit to the court of Mayflies will allow you to lift your clear soul flaw. Ah. I see. Slander! Slander, I say! The Court of Meals, smaller and more dimly lit than the other courts, this place is for applicants who wish to appeal or clarify a previous decision. Court of Apes, this is where you belong. The Court of Oaks, the vaulted ceiling is distant as a cloud for its canopy. The Court of Mayflies, this court is little bigger than a dressing room. Ah, the cost of hearts. Name the status of ephemera. Perhaps you were antedeceased when you arrived here, but life is so short. Produce a witness to your death and be recognized as ephemera. Undergo the removal of your clear soul flaw. Spirits at the Court of Mayflies offer you this gift, a keener sense of mortality. Oh, I'm not going to do that quite yet. Look into things first. But, good to know. The spirits that come here pass through quickly, and many of them belong to small creatures. But they are brightly dressed and fast-moving, giving the impression of a midge's wedding. Lurk near the Court of Mayflies. An overlap of purposes. Court of Mayflies serves those who have had exceptionally brief lives, either by nature or by circumstance. It also hears appeals concerning matters where something has been cut off too soon, or where short measure has been granted. Souls with the clear flaw can be remedied, though at significant cost. Also, souls other than invisible may enter here. The market litigators in the Toll Tower can offer instructions in changing status in the Blue Kingdom. Court of Oaks is... The vaulted ceiling is distant as a cloud for forest canopy. The spirits, too, are mostly vegetative, unyielding bronzewood, Welsh yew, some species with scales for bark. The officials and attendants of the court are mats, yoked shades in muddy overalls. Even this court honors the Penscurtis, highest official of the House of Days. Its name is worked into the soil, expressed in the exact proportions of sand and clay and loam. Claim the status of ephemera, you've been yoked long enough. Court of Oaks might rule you to be free. Undergo the removal of your flickering soul flaw. Spirits of the court can offer you a gift of heartwood and permanence. One veils. Observe the Court of Oaks. May watch, with or without entering the court itself. Endurance. The Court of Oaks serves creatures with very long lives, those with a great deal of patience, and those bringing suit because a contract or term of service overran its natural bounds. Souls with the flickering flaw can be remedied, though at significant cost. Those with the yoke status can be returned to ephemeral status on recognition that they have been too long in service. Basically, there's a lot of various things you can do here. I'm getting at the Court of Mules, smaller and more dimly lit than the other courts, is places for applicants who wish to appeal or clarify a previous decision. The spirit of a pear sapling is next in line, followed by a liger in a striped mask, and a pair of women holding hands. Removal of your curdled soul flaw. Spirits of the Court of Mules offer you insight. 1 iron. Subcontract your litigator to another applicant. A masked shark would pay for the assistance of your litigator. You will also need to wait while its case is made. Barrel of unseasoned hours for 100 sovereigns. Okay. Study the signs outside the Court of Mules. Listen for rumors about the cases being heard within. Several purposes. Court of Mules attends to spirits that inherit more than one category, to exceptionally stubborn and determined spirits, and to appeals on rulings that have already been given. The queue moves slowly. Alright, well, here's the various courts. Let's get back to Sky Barnet. And while it might be a little bit early, your countless courts hear the appeals of the dead, where skull-faced lawyers determine who is satisfactorily dead. Spectral cottages don't live in frozen well. Beware spiders. Oh, so it is that fucking place. Nope. Once owned by devils, now home to London's embassy. Anyways, as I was saying, let's go back to Skybarn, and then I'll probably call a stream there, because, as people have probably been noticing, my throat is... my voice is, yeah. Showing signs. Hopefully it'll be better after a good night's sleep. Pardon. Good morning sleep. Hello, already 3 in the morning. Welcome. There are few mechanics in the Blue Kingdom. Ah, bugger. Need gratitude of the embassy value. Oh, wait, no. Good enough favor to requisition one of the embassy's hard-worked engineers. Oh, wait. Can I get that off of port reports? The report reports of the Blue Kingdom has an intricate filing system. Filed and unfiled. For each report, the secretary completes an intake form noting the subject of the reports and a quality metric based on number of objective details included. Maps and sketches add to the quality metric. Adverbs incur a penalty. Afterwards, she places each report in a labeled drawer and passes you a receipt and a stack of sovereigns. 2 minutes later, the culture attaché is kneeling beside the door, scattering sheets on the floor around him. Oh, that's a fine detail. What rot. That will need a great deal more color. Secretary does not have sufficient status to complain, so she does not. Cryptic benefactor for gratitude. Moment inspiration and information. Alright then, in theory, with having done that, if I go here, I can requisition a repair. to repair your engine. Obsolete. The engineer pointed to you is accompanied by a trio of masked spanner-carrying shades, his apprentices. He directs their work, but they learn very quickly. This seems to distress him. I have yet to find anything the dead can't do better, he confides. Lost one of that, in trade for me being able to do this. Without fucking forgetting. Feline eccentric. Consider the eccentric situation. And talk to the eccentric without her cats. Sorry. Cats. Her eyes are bright. She's been sleeping. She's been able to mingle with the crew without her cats intervening or haunting her new friends with nightmares. As she works, she talks softly to the engine. Her voice is rhythmed as if she was soothing an animal. You hunch near her and pass her a wrench when she gropes for it. Trying to decide what to do with myself, she tells you, still working. Apart from this, I mean. She sits back on her haunches. On one hand, I could put it all behind me, start fresh. On the other, her eyebrows furrow, I fancy causing some trouble. Help the eccentric make her choice. Encourage her to leave the past behind. She has been locked in a struggle with those damn cats for years. She deserves some peace and quiet. She may become a gentle eccentric who grants plus 10 hearts. More plus hearts. I have found so many plus hearts things. And plus 1 to the affiliations of villainy and academe. There's also, but eccentric shows only gentle options when dealing with her cats. Ah, that's the alternative. Encourage her to misbehave. She may become a brilliant eccentric who grants plus 10 mirrors and plus 1 to affiliations of villainy and bohemia. But I only went gentle options, so this is all we got. The gentle eccentric. She nods. I've found a home here. It'd be good to enjoy it for a bit. Over the next weeks, the crews come to know the unfelined eccentric. She is calming, she's a calming, almost motherly presence, sensitive to the mood of the crew and a sure, steady source of advice. She still sleeps in the engine room most times and still talks to the engine when she's working on it. Everything is kept in impeccable order. Your locomotive practically purrs. You have completed the feline eccentric story. Future captains will be able to recruit the gentle eccentric at Lustrum. Well, there I have it. The gentle eccentric. Some overlap with the ratty reunion, but this is what happens when I generally tend to go for the nicer actions on anything and everything. So, yeah. They say I have different affiliations. That's a positive. It's only one we haven't completed, I believe, of those that we have. Yep. Is the Clay Conductor and the Fortunate Navigator, who both can be continued in this area. But for now, thank you all so much for watching. I'm glad I still got, I'm still glad I got a bit over 5 hours in, despite my throat being how it is. So, thank you all for putting up with it and for Not the usual length that these ones end up being, but I still got a good length in. Hopefully my hopefully this starts feeling better. I'll I'll be keeping an eye on it and seeing if it might impact any streaming or anything, but for now, hopefully not. For now, hopefully, it shall continue being with next stream being Tuesday to continue Final Fantasy X-2 HD Remaster, Thursday for more Troubleshooter Abandoned Children, and Saturday for Doom Eternal. I can't delay that. I can't delay that forever. Then we'll back around to next Sunday, which shall be more Sunless Skies, where we shall be exploring more of the Blue Kingdom. Although I might take a detour outside of the Blue Kingdom temporarily to, like, I don't know, maybe stock up my bank with actual supplies a little bit. We'll see. Might stash a number of supplies in my bank. Thank you for the streaming. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all so kindly, Cybershot, Tovrachi, and thank Seneca for who stopped by very briefly, Uniboot as well, and for thank you once again to Jay Chili for the earlier raid. Thank you all greatly, and with that, I hope that until next we see each other, that all remains well, and that all matter thing as well. And until we do, whether it is next stream, next Sunless Sky stream, or next whenever I see you, may you continue to spread kindness and joy wherever y'all can, for it is the least we can do within the power that we have. Whatever little power we have, which, let's be fair, is very much little for most of us, including me. We might as well be kind and considerate to everyone involved. So, yep, with that, thank y'all so much, have a good one, and I'll catch y'all next time. Cheers. Take care, folks.